Okay. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Here we go. OBS isn't frozen now, hopefully. Chelsea, I see you in the chat. Is everything fine on your end? Can you hear us and all that? Say something for me, you guys. Alright. There we go. Okay, that was weird. All of a sudden, OBS just froze on me. I don't know why, but that happened. So, yay. Okay. Alright, but we're good now. We're good.
We're good.
We're good. Alright. Or I should just preface real quick. But we are back. Alright. There we go. One more second. Alright. And there we go. Alright. Hey DB! How you doing, man? Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room.
Bobcat, ready to hear me rant about Marvel Comics and Spider-Man?
Hope you stay long enough to hear us gush about the Creed movies.
DB says whoever said that Korsko was waifu of the year for 2023 was dead on. Ah.
Yeah!
So there you go. Give Ninjato his award. Okay. You just had the boss fight with her? Ah.
Yes. By the way, Bobcat, did you save her?
Oh. What did I just press?
Because someone did it!
Ooh, that was weird. All of a sudden,
Someone let her fall on her face.
Oh, that was weird. All of a sudden, I muted my computer. That was weird. Alright.
Good. Because Chinggis needs discipline for...
I was focusing on the rhythm. I wasn't paying attention to... Oh, you got a catcher? Oh, okay. You can fail that one? You don't fail.
Oh,
it's just an alternate... It's just like an alternate ending. You can either catch her or you don't catch her. So
yeah, you either catch her and she says stupid music powers, then the other one is that she falls on her face and Chai gets berated.
Oh well. Alright. That sounds like a fail condition. Ah. Alright. But anyways, so,
yeah.
So it's podcast night. I've been looking forward to this night because next week for podcast night is what I'm really looking forward to. So I am super looking forward to that. Fail condition sounds like a good description of Marvel too.
Well, they've been failures for years. They don't need like an Asian parent to tell them how much of a failure they are. They've been a failure since what? The 90s?
I feel like I don't know. I'm not even a big comic guy myself, but just every time I hear about like the comic stuff, I can't help but feel like just a disappointed parent just going, "Geez, what the hell happened to you?" I don't know. I'm not even a big comic guy. That's just how I feel every time you guys talk about like comics going on. Well, yes, we'll get to that when it comes to the first topic of tonight. But it's like, oh my goodness, I can't help but feel like a disappointed parent. Just, what is wrong with you? Pick yourself back up, for crying out loud. Maybe if Dan Slott had an Asian parent, he would have better written Silk. Who's Silk?
Silk is so one of many Spider Women. Her gimmick was the one that Ezekiel locked up, and then when she popped out, her main gimmick is that she got her powers from the same spider that gave Peter. Thus, both of them are horny for each other.
Okay. You get it's that over me.
Wait,
You get a spider
horny?
power.
Yes, they get horny. If they get in close proximity with each other, they get horny because apparently when the spider bit a male and a female, they want to mate.
Okay. You know, sometimes I feel like it's like
Okay.
I kind of feel like that over me. Like
There's
you get,
literally. They literally had to have somebody with a spray bottle to go.
Okay. Huh.
You know,
And they
with the
write
spider power.
and portray Silk as like 10 years younger than Peter, even though they're the same age. Wait, how old is Okay, how old is Peter supposed to be right now?
30s,
His 30s?
like late 20s, early 30s.
Okay. Okay. How old was Silk?
Supposedly the same age.
Okay.
No, they're pretty much in their adults when.
Okay. That's
Though
where
she's
Dan
been
Slott
what?
made the Asian parent to rebuke him. I'm guessing this Dan Slott guy isn't exactly a very good writer.
No, here's the
No,
thing.
he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just that, yeah. So the thing is that okay. So he can be a good writer.
Okay.
He can.
Literally, write what DB Fastfire just typed in.
He used to be good.
Yeah. So he
Huh.
started like, but the thing is, he wrote. He was the writer who took over Spider-Man immediately after the whole One More Day thing.
Yeah.
And he wrote Spider-Man for about over 10 years.
Huh.
So like a lot of modern Spider-Man, a lot of the stuff involving, you know, Doc Ock taking over his body at one point. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff. And then like Dan Slott was in charge of it all, and then he left, and then we got Nick Spencer for a short run, and now we got this Wells guy who clearly, you know, we might as well just head to the next topic. Head to our topic.
This might be the shortest
For
opening talk for for our podcast. We're just jumping
Well,
right
I
in.
did say, I did warn you. It's like I might it's just gonna be part of like the openings.
All right. I guess with that said, then just real quick housekeeping. Just you know where all the links are and stuff. You know, it's all below in the whole about section. If you're watching on YouTube, it's in the description and all that. Links, social media. We got Discord. You could tip, donate, etc. for the monthly goals there. All right, there we go. All right. So I guess that just makes us jump right into the first big topic.
So Dan Slott took over the book 10 years. And
so what happened to him?
It was well, he was there for too long.
Huh.
And he was getting
No,
bored.
don't apologize, DB. We this was bound to happen. Don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry. This is us. Just
Besides, interaction with the fans is good.
Yeah.
yep.
So Dan Slott just was there
but you
for too long.
actually, yeah, it's so too long, and like my problems with Spider-Man has been around. Like I always like say JMS run, like even before. Spider-Man has not been very good since I will say since Clone Saga.
Clone Saga?
The Clone Saga kind of neutered Spider-Man big time.
So
Because
I guess real quick, just not to spend too much time. Why is it that the Clone Saga is so controversial? Like I asked Nick, I remember asking Nick once, like, so is it like just a thing, like everyone hates the Clone Saga, but then he says some people like it?
Other guy said that.
The Clone Saga is really unpopular with a lot of people, is because it was going to retcon 20 years of comics by basically just saying, hey, you Peter, you're not the real Peter. I'm the real Peter.
Huh.
And that was going to be their decision until they just wimped out.
Yeah, they essentially, that was when so the main appeal of Spider-Man, the reason why the best moments of his Spider-Man is when progression is happening. Like the best eras of Spider-Man, like, so you got like the early days that we're gonna read on Comic Crypt, is that you get to see a young man, like even during the Steve Ditko run, you've seen him from his time he gets bitten by the spider in the high school, and he's in college. So even within the first 100 issues that Stan Lee wrote, and like even less so with Steve Ditko, you had Spider-Man growing up. And there was some times where he stopped. He kind of stagnated a bit from like from Jerry Conway to the 80s, late 80s. There was a bit of a stagnation where they kind of just froze the time where Peter is not going to get into a relationship. But there was some other stuff that was going on where you have the Gwen Stacy stuff. And you see, and the other progression is that Spider-Man started out at the beginning where he tried. First issue of Amazing is him trying to get a job with the Fantastic Four. That didn't pan out so well. And then at some point in college, he got offered to join the Avengers. It said, screw you. And then, but you see a progression where he becomes like this lone, just a one-man show in this small town of New York, small part of New York, to becoming like one of the major people. He being the guy who inadvertently gets involved in other people's stories. Even though he's just by himself. And then, but then by the time of the late 80s, they finally decided, okay, we're going to just tie the knot. We're going to have MJ and Peter finally get together.
Good.
And then that...
I was just going to say good. About time.
And by the way, also this is during when the black suit was introduced. They haven't introduced Venom yet. Was Venom after the wedding or before?
After. No, Kraven's Last Hunt is the first storyline that takes place after the wedding.
Okay, yeah. I'm talking about Venom.
So Venom doesn't become a thing until Micheline. The suit was just, here is the new look for Spider-Man.
Yeah,
black.
As like a part of just a major, as part of an event in comics. And then they were originally, by the way, Venom was originally going to be a woman. Because they were going to push the crazy. The concept was a crazy ex-girlfriend.
No, it was actually a lot worse.
Oh,
what?
So there was a graphic novel. I forgot the actual title of it, but there was some serious collateral damage, and the woman would have had her husband be killed in the damage.
Oh.
And she would have had a miscarriage.
Jeez.
And she blamed basically Spider-Man for it.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, I think I like the Eddie Brock one.
Peter, our pronouns are they, them. Not because we're non-binary, but because we're literally two N-words. We're literally two bitches.
Hey, quick question about the black suit. I heard that they changed to the black suit because they were trying to save on ink.
No, the black suit was a fan submission.
How would you save on ink with more black?
What I was thinking.
Oh, when
Comment. Remember, Super Saiyan exists because what's his name? Toriyama got too lazy to ink black hair. It's like, hey, you know what? Fuck it. Don't ink his hair. There we go. Super Saiyan.
when like there was a contest during Secret Wars where if you submit some fan art to Marvel, I think you win some stuff. They loved the suit, the black suit that a fan sent to the contest. That Jim Shooter actually wrote it into Secret Wars.
Ah. DB says this is why stories need multiple drafts. Nah.
Yes.
Oh, DB says even better. Fan met up with Jim Shooter at a con in that costume. Ooh. And Jim paid him for the rights to the costume. Ah.
Huh.
That is fun.
That's
That
pretty
is
fun.
awesome. Yeah, so anyway, so essentially the whole point is that you see Spider-Man throughout the years, when you read like Amazing Spider-Man,
Mm-hmm.
even during like the time like when he was not like the #1 comic, there was still progression in his stories. And also you would notice that with the best Spider-Man animated series, the best ones are the ones that had progression.
Bring back
But you-
Spectacular Spider-Man. Come on. I know it's impossible, but come on, bring it back. Bring it back.
Yeah, but then the Clone Saga, and so because they decided, you know, we don't want to have Spider-Man to have a kid, even though we kind of hinted that they were having a child. Made it explicit. We're gonna have him have a miscarriage, but also we're gonna reveal that he's a clone. We'll just have replaced him, and that'll be easy. But so like the original plan.
The clone thing, I get. Why did he want him to have? Why did he want him to have a miscarriage?
Because simple. And like Dark Bobcats told me talked about it in like his show. The writers Marvel writers in their brilliant mind thinks that if Spider-Man has a kid, the great responsibility he would have to be is the father. So he would have to give up being Spider-Man to become a better dad.
Huh.
Let's just ignore emergency response, military.
Well, it's like
Every other superhero. Reed Richards.
Reed Richards, yeah, the Marvel's first family. He had Richard, he had a Franklin for years. That never slowed him down. Franklin.
Yeah,
DP says
Like,
Richard's
that's-
kind of an absentee father.
It depends.
depends.
It depends.
Yeah, it depends if the writer actually cares about the whole family relationship or not. But usually, he may be, it's usually because his mind is absent, but he still loves his kid, and he tries to be a good father and a good husband. He just that's his struggle.
I don't know anything about Franklin, Reed's son, other than I just like to imagine that Ben, as the uncle, just I don't know why I'm not just imagining this conversation. And hey, Uncle Ben, if something happens to me, promise me you'll kill me. I'm not gonna do that, Franklin. Promise me. Okay. Hey, Uncle Ben. What is it, Frank? If you were to kill me, how would you do it? Quick jerk of the neck. No, you wouldn't feel a thing. You've thought about this, haven't you? I have.
Angus, I thought you were going to say something about, Reed Frankie needs to be circumcised.
Wait,
Not Jewish, Ben!
Oh, I didn't know he was Jewish.
Yeah, Ben Grimm is Jewish.
Oh.
Yeah, Yeah,
He is.
the Yankee Streets gang. It's technically a Jewish gang.
Oh. Starscream, this guy could be one of my kind of people.
Also, guess what Franklin Richards' powers is?
What?
Oh no! Don't tell it. Ugh.
Franklin is a reality warper.
Yeah, anything
Huh.
that happens.
Is that just an excuse to explain retcons?
It helps.
Yeah,
It helps.
one of the times it
Just-
was used for that.
And just, oh no, I don't get it. Why does Peter look like this now? Frank sneezed and accidentally warped reality. Oh.
Franklin actually is.
We don't want to talk. Don't talk about Onslaught and Heroes Reborn. It's gonna be. If you want to get to Rocky.
Alright. We could talk about it afterwards.
What?
So Valeria, Rinsu's sister. Technically, Franklin is also Valeria's brother and father, technically, due to reality warping mischief.
What?
What?
I know Valeria is also technically Dr. Doom's adoptive daughter.
Godfather.
Godfather.
Dr. Doom is Valeria's godfather.
He's gonna make Reed an offer that he can't refuse.
He did.
The original Valeria was from a timeline where Sue married Doom.
Huh.
But she and Franklin got along so much that due to reality warping mischief, she actually made it so that Sue would be pregnant with Valeria.
Huh.
Uh,
TV says he can convert.
He can convert. He can convert. Reed, I'm just saying.
But back to Spider-Man though. So so it just seems like just lately Spider-Man's whole history has just been a series of lots and ups and downs.
It's just a revolving door of he is single. He is single, acts like a teenager, and depressed. And can't get a girl. But then all of a sudden he gets access to yet he has now become like a famous superhero without his full identity reveal, and at times he gets all that. He gets access to a Stark Industries light for a bit, and now at this point we have Zeb Wells basically reversing Nick Spencer's decision to try to get MJ and Peter back together without explaining why.
MJ just got fucking sister soned.
Yeah, he got sisters. They got Peter now views MJ as like a sister in front of Black Cat, who, by the way, was a gangster at one point, became like a head of a criminal organization that hated Spider-Man.
Huh.
What the fuck is going on?
And yeah, DB. So that's like the issue we're dealing with. We're dealing with Marvel refusing to, as DB says, undo one more day or just write Mary Jane out of it. So this is how I'm gonna fix it.
All right.
So, in order to fix something in comics, you either do two ways. You either do the regular American comics way,
Okay.
or you pull. It's not right. Or the Sonic comics, the Sonic one.
When
Yeah, the Ian Flynn method. The regular comics method is to either ignore previous continuity or try to outright retcon it to oblivion.
Alright.
And basically make people who spent the money and time actually reading the crap feel more like crap for even reading it. Or you do what Ian Flynn does, who actually take the crappy ideas and tries to spin it into something good.
Alright.
So we're going to do the Ian Flynn method. And the thing is, we're going to address one big issue that caused a mass exodus of Spider-Man comic fans, which was One More Day.
Alright.
And we need to incorporate the storyline, figure out a way where it's gonna be a reboot. My idea is a full reboot of Spider-Man. But it's gonna incorporate One More Day stuff to help explain, and also try to say all of the stuff before is building up to this moment. Then we're gonna reset it. And my idea is to borrow from my favorite manga franchise, JoJo, and we're gonna pull a Stone Ocean.
You're gonna just reboot the whole universe?
No, sort of. Okay. So the arc.
I mean, you would have to redo Marvel considering how fucked it is.
Well, yeah. So it's gonna be a Spider-Man centric event, but it will have implications for the entire Marvel universe that basically allow writers to do whatever they want, which will also give you help with X-Men. So the event will be called, in the vein of dumbest event names, Spider Rock.
Huh.
It's like Ragnarok, but Spider-Man.
Okay.
Yes, dumb name. It's very stupid, but hey, we had Spider-Ganon.
Alright.
Okay, so the premise is Spider-Man, get it? That's a name has already been yeah, so I'm just I can't do Spider-Rock.
Ragnarok.
Yeah, it says Ragnarok, but Spider-Man, so it's Spider.
No, I said Ragnarok.
Ragnarok! That is
Ragnarok.
Yeah, that is cool. Okay, so the event is going to be focusing on. You have you have the Spider-Man stuff, and the Spider-Man stuff is focusing on a cult leader.
All right.
And the cult leader is doing stuff, and he is a worshiper of Mephisto.
Huh.
And then major revelations where what turns from a simple story about a cult leader of Mephisto doing some more street level stuff, the more typical Spider-Man story, turns out the whole multiverse is in peril because Mephisto is taking over the Spider-Verse.
Huh.
One by one. And he's not only doing that, he's taking over the 616, because what turns out is that Mephisto has been playing the long game. He has been pulling an IDW shockwave maneuver.
Okay.
And the way he did it is that he made contracts with a whole bunch of heroes throughout the entire comics timeline.
Huh.
Making deals that would benefit them in the short term, but in turns, what happens is that because they made a
Welcome to the Church of Mephisto. Before we get into our service today, remember that at the potluck is on Friday, and that we are taking a vote on to decide what color to paint the new children's annex.
Yes.
Now see, DB, I'm more of a person who goes to the Church of the Fawns.
Yeah, but okay. So he makes deals, and also, so the two effects are they get what they want, but because they get what they want, they're actually in a hell of their own creation. And then we use as one example a certain one-eye hero the heads of a bunch of mutants.
Huh.
We're gonna reveal that Scott Summers, in a dream, wished for Jean Grey to come back to life the first time.
Hmm.
So yes, I will also be using it to inadvertently retcon the whole Jean Grey getting resurrected the first time. And the whole Scott Summers leaving his wife and child.
Okay.
Basically, yeah, it's actually part of Mephisto's evil plan. So it will be a way to fix the X-Men as well. But anyway. But Mephisto is taking out reality one by... Yes, but because you see, Mephisto is supposed to be Satan, okay? He's Marvel Satan. But anyway, so... He spends this whole time making plans.
It's me, the devil. I love you.
Exactly. So the reason he's doing this is that he's trying to prevent certain events from happening so that he could do this long, big plan. It was originally going to be future way further when he's older because the prophecy, his daughter, Spider-Man's daughter was supposed to prevent something Mephisto's taking world, but because of one more day, it's actually boost up the timeline.
Huh.
Time schedule. So what happened, and also because of the events of, you could put the events of the first official Marvel reboot, Secret Wars, the 2015 one, on that, and so you have all that going on, and now 616 is pretty much the last major one before everything collapses in the Spider-Verse. And we're gonna also, either before or during this run, we're gonna wrap up a whole bunch of loose threads from the past 20 years of Spider-Man comics. Like any loose threads, we're gonna wrap it up.
Alright.
Wrap it up, and then we're also gonna give a whole bunch of characters excellent send-off. Like we're gonna have a moment where Dr. Norman Osborn sacrificed his good nature to save Harry.
Alright.
To save Harry, and thus becomes a new goblin. I'll probably call it the Hell Goblin, which is basically the ultimate Green Goblin, and he's gonna fight Miles Morales, who's gonna die much like Ultimate Spider-Man, but he's gonna die heroically, saving the day and being a badass.
Alright.
Because we're gonna start killing people off, because what's gonna happen is that it's all gonna change. MJ using her time watch slot machine power thing, okay?
Huh.
Is gonna use it to gain basically Made in Heaven. Or use gain super psychic abilities to transport her and Peter's consciousness to their past selves in the other timeline, to that one day where they made the deal.
Alright.
So they had to do some magical yes, like they had to have like a magic user. Maybe Doctor Strange is out of commission, so they had to use like this minor hero to do some magic stuff, like desperate times, awesomeness. And meanwhile, this priest dude is kind of representing Mephisto in the real world. Doing stuff like showing how awesome he's going to be like a cool villain. But then they go back in time. The past MJ and current MJ have reconciled, and basically in order to happen, they have to kind of fuse their consciousness together.
Alright.
Sort of. So past MJ and current MJ becomes MJ. Hers is simple, but Peter, the final issue of the arc, the penultimate of the arc, like the climax, is Peter versus Peter inside of the mind of Peter. Where you see the mindset to explain the actions that caused this whole thing to start with the future Peter, who's have seen the consequences of action and learning to accept responsibility again. And thus giving up because they know, he knows, they both know the ultimate responsible choice is to not make the deal with the devil, not take the easy way out of having Mephisto use his abilities to save Aunt May from a bullet. Oh yeah, and also we're gonna make it so that the bullet is actually super magical to explain why people can't just simply heal Aunt May from a simple bullet wound.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna fix that, okay?
Alright.
And yeah, and so they're gonna have a battle, and they kind of reconcile together, and then so this takes place in the One More Day stories. There's like the 6-hour time frame, like this whole day, literal day, where Peter and MJ are like sulking over the decision of making to do the stupid give up their marriage to Satan thing.
All right.
Instead, he's gonna show up, and Peter's gonna beat the crap out of Mephisto, like do a whole JoJo aura
All right.
on him, and basically get out of here. And then like the final moments of like the comic would be him going to Aunt May and being with her in her dying moments, and then he gets arrested. Because the One More Day happened at the tail end of Civil War, and during the events of Civil War, which caused One More Day, Peter revealed himself to be Spider-Man, and he also betrayed Iron Man. So he would still have to go to prison, okay? But then we have the comic take place back to the modern day, and then you release another comic to basically give the update about here's what happened to the Spider-Man comics that you've seen before. So you read the stories before. Here is like basically the what, quote unquote, what if, like a summary of these events, but here are the new things.
All right.
And to explore like 15 years. And like right now we're just focusing, we're not pulling it, and then you get to the modern day, we get like a new timeline. There are some things, and we're basically going to get a lot of opportunities for future writers to basically say, okay, this event happened this way, this other event happened this way. A bit more wiggle room, so to let future writers be creative. But the whole idea is that now we in the modern day, and in the modern day, Peter MJ has like a little kid. At this point, Peter is out of prison because of so after Civil War, there was this brief period where Iron Man was in charge, but then he gets taken over by Norman Osborn. And you can have events of like Spider-Man.
Dark Reign, right?
Yeah, Dark Reign happens, and then after the end of that, basically the Superior Registration Act gets reversed, and we can have that. You can either have it that in the new continuity that Peter was released because of the events of Spider Island.
All right.
Which was an event where everyone got spider powers. And then, or you do at the end of Dark Reign, or you can have a bit mix where he was brought back temporarily for Spider Island, put back in, or he escaped because Norman is now in charge. You can do some stuff. But also you can use Spider Island to explain some heroes like Miles Morales. Like, so in the new continuity, Miles Morales is fully integrated into the Marvel universe. As opposed to being like a leftover from Ultimate Spider-Man.
All right.
Like, that's the general stuff. So let me just go over. that's a lot of it's a lot of Marvel Universe to retcon. But like, What If has done like summaries of it, of like major Marvel events when they do a What If comic for years. Every time they bring it up, like what if Spider-Man was, like Uncle Ben was alive, they kind of change events. It just says, here's what happened, here's what some things changed. And plus you can make it in a way where you can make another comic series where you can explore that time period.
All right.
To explore that time period, or you can just have it in a way where you have a huge gap where you can have stories that are still going on with the current Marvel universe, and like the writers can decide which parts of their continuity will be changed and which parts are not, much like any other big Marvel reboot. But then there's other parts. Like for the Spider-Man part, we need to just get him back on track, and like just reverse. We need to incorporate stuff that happened in the current comics along with the past stuff, while still giving a good, solid reboot. And where the angle is now you have a more mature Spider-Man. Now you have Miles Morales to be like the younger Spider-Man. Young single Spider-Man, and then you have like all these various sidekicks, like various side characters that are Spider-Man, so that you can figure out their proper role, or you can write them out, giving them a good send-off, and maybe introduce them later.
All right.
And I think you would get a lot of the older comic fans along with the current Spider-Man fans who are fans of the comics.
Okay.
Oh, so any of you have any other ideas? This is like my most insane one.
Oh my gosh, I think honestly, at least to me, who's just, an outsider, I think they just need to wipe the slate clean.
Yeah, it needs a Crisis on Infinite Earths, go back to fucking basics.
I don't know, someone could come up with some big comic event that just wipes the whole slate clean, just scrub it all clean, start over from the beginning.
Marvel needs to just be fucking wiped clean. Everybody goes back to square one,
Guys, I have an idea.
Okay.
Marvel talk to Bandai. Hey, can you borrow a day on for a minute?
Well, I was trying to give myself a challenge of make something that is, because here's the thing, like people talk about like manga, how much better. Like, yeah, you can have one creative vision on that, but not everyone. Like, manga is still, it's probably outselling American comics right now, but it's
eventually once comics gets their shit together, maybe like 10 years, 20 years, comics will be the dominant force after that. Things goes in waves,
All the creators was a job. Yeah, but the problem
it's not going to be any fucking time soon.
The problem with a clean sweep on it is that it's a monkey's paw. It's the ultimate monkey's paw, is where, yay, we get a whole reboot. You can start a universe from start to finish now. Oh, it's not what I wanted.
But is what we have now really better?
Look, it's better if, in my opinion.
Like at this point, we have gone into like the level of shit where it's still nosediving, but nobody fucking cares because everybody's left at this point.
Well, yeah, but with the folks,
Honestly, I think just
Yeah, I just preferred to stop publishing American comics 10 years ago. Yeah, honest.
I think just
Like a clean
someone-
state.
just I don't know, really clean or just come with a completely new somehow I don't know, one way or another come up with a completely new universe just and get someone, good.
Yeah, that
Competent
happened.
running it.
We are no. Well, here's the thing. That already happened multiple times in Marvel.
Alright.
They did.
Well then I guess so
they did.
to prevent a
They
Dan Slott
did
situation.
Reborn at
Just
one point.
I guess then to prevent a Dan Slott situation, then just don't fucking go on for forever. I think that's just the biggest problem with from what I'm just everything. The biggest problem with comics is just they just keep going on. It's just keep going on and on. They gotta keep going on. No one wants to end it. It's just end it. Just end it. Do a new thing. Or do your own new take on it. Like
You don't want the same fucking people in the same positions for like 30 years. I mean, even Chris Claremont had. I mean.
Yeah, his second '90s run.
Yeah, even he lost steam after a while.
But like, here's the thing. Because what will happen if they keep rebooting it is that we're gonna get into we're just gonna be the same the same core problems that we have now, where it's like, as Bobcat is saying, like going back to the 70s and 80s Arrested Development. You're gonna still have that. And also, even if you fully reboot it with the current writers, they're still crap.
Yeah, that's why we, assumedly, if we reboot it, we would kick out the current writers and bring in new people.
Well, I'm also assuming, like, with my event, that you kick out the current writers and you bring in competent people. Like, that's what happened to Ian Flynn. Ian Flynn inherited, with the Sonic comics, a messy, dumb Sonic continuity.
But what I mean by, rebooting, cleaning house is that you clean fucking house. You kick the shit out of everybody, you get like a Jim Shooter type. He would be fucking great in there. Kick the fucking shit out of everybody.
Yeah, you kind of...
Just said inherited Ken Pender's story in safe words.
Well, it's not just inherited it wasn't just Ken Penders that made that part comic weird.
What's going on with my mouse? What's going on here?
But he was the biggest source.
Ah! Oh, there we go. Now my mouse is working.
How about you, Nick, and not?
I got none.
You know what I actually want? It's not. I actually want to see more with Miles. Actually, but something good with Miles, because apparently everyone says everything with Miles is crap. Like, why don't you do something good?
Like, the only good thing with Miles is the fucking Spider-Man PS1 game. Not the Miles Morales, but the Spider-Man PS1 game, and then the Spider-Verse 1 movie.
Yeah. So the problem with Miles is that.
All right.
They are not giving. He has villain. One of the big problems is that
sorry. Oh, sorry.
He inherited all of Spider-Man's villains in the Ultimate Universe, and they haven't made new ones for him.
I think he shouldn't have been Spider-Man in the first place, and he shouldn't have been a main character.
Okay.
He could have become a main character eventually, but he should not have just off the bat become the main character.
Well, that was the fault of the Ultimates continuity, which was, by the way, what you were suggesting, Changus, about making a separate continuity. That was the attempt. The attempt was to make a Marvel comic for the modern day.
Yeah, but the guy that got behind it is, not that great.
assumably everything would be
They got the best writers at the time. It wasn't just that one writer. It was multiple writers. It was
Yeah, but didn't you say Bendis was like the main guy behind Spider-Man in that universe?
Bendis.
Spider-Man, but also you had Mark Millar.
But this is all right. But these are the popular guys, not the good guys. The popular guys.
Well, that's the thing. But here's the thing. People loved their writing at the time.
Yeah, and that's the people's fucking problem.
Yeah, so that's the thing. It's like sometimes the fault with modern American comics are the fans themselves.
Yeah, but assumingly,
you can't say nowadays.
Like,
you can't say
let's stop being around the bush. Assumingly, if we had this happen, we would be bringing all the right people. That's that. Well, let's just kick this argument to curb. We would do what we want, and we would bring in the competent people.
Yeah, exactly. And the same with my idea. It's just, I think my idea, like the whole Ragnarok, would I think is that good balance of it's gonna be a reboot of sorts, but it's not going to be a reboot of, all right, we're back in high school, or hey, we're back in college, we're just going back to the status quo, we're actually going to do something different.
I feel like we should bring it back to like at least the last college year.
No,
and then after a certain arc, we would have them graduate.
No, I am of the opinion is like no more single Peter Parker stories for a decade.
The assumption is that he would be dating MJ, and then we would see them marry.
I'm not taking that risk. I'm not.
Yeah, but we're in charge, so we can do what we want. So we don't need to. So there's no risk to be took, because we can do what we want. That's the thing in this hypothetical scenario. We are in charge. There is no risk because we can do what we want.
Yeah, I would want to.
Excuse me. You want to break it? Wait. Excuse me. You want to break Ryder? You want to break up MJ and Peter so MJ can go Black Cat? All right, you're off the book. Bring in a new guy.
Wait, is that a thing? They want MJ and Black Cat to be,
Black Cat's with Peter right now.
Okay, so what was this about MJ and Black Cat? Wanting to.
Okay, wait.
That was a joke.
That was a hypothetical situation.
Okay.
I was like, it is like what we would do if we were in charge. The point is that we're in charge. We can do what we want.
Oh, DB says Black Cat is canonically bisexual. Whoa, she's bisexual! I didn't know that! By the way, I'm bisexual!
I heard this good description. I think it was from Serena. That Black Cat is aggressively straight. That's her sexuality. I was like, that's a perfect description for Black Cat.
I just think. I think like for me the challenge is not so much like for American comics, you do have to incorporate the idea that there's a big continuity that you're inheriting from before, which is both a strength and a huge weakness. It could be a huge benefit and a huge weakness, because the benefit is that you got the people who have been reading the comics for years gets the callbacks, and then also the new people gets like, I want to know more, and they go back to read the back issues. Like the problem with manga is that the whole One Piece thing. Okay, if I tell you, if I tell you, Changus, it's like, okay, read One Piece from this point on. You get like a single author's vision. Unfortunately, with One Piece, the best way you read it is from the beginning. And you know how many chapters there are on One Piece?
Well, you gotta start somewhere. You gotta commit to it.
Then one point we calculated how long it would take to finish One Piece. You just read it straight with no bathroom breaks.
Black Comet, remember, it's a handheld thing, so you can't bring it into you in the bathroom.
And also, people read at different paces, so some guy could just read it really fast.
Like, but I assume we're talking about the average speed.
Yeah, but it's still a huge time commitment. And like the thing about a modern American comic, the good ones, is that you can pick up any run or any comic when it. Oh yeah, by the way, afterwards, I am basically saying only single issues for 5 years. For 60 issues of Spider-Man, you're not allowed to have the maximum number of issues. I feel like is 3. You can only do a 3-issue arc once every 2 years.
Yeah.
You could do 2-parters, but nothing more.
I wouldn't mind the 6-issue arc. Like a 6-issue miniseries. I wouldn't mind that.
I feel like, but for that, it would be like its own separate thing, like a little mini, its own like one, like a big event miniseries title that's its own separate thing.
Yeah, like that was happening back in the way the comics were done in the 80s and stuff. Like you had side comics that were limited series that were multi.
Like the long like it's perfect. The Long Halloween. That's its own thing. It was in the new continuity. But it was separate from the regular fucking 20 Batman books or whatever that was on that time.
Yeah, it's so you would still have plenty of opportunities to make good, deep, like multi-issue arcs that are very complex and stuff. But your main book, by the way, I would also try to strive it to have it put into actual places that people pick up books,
like Walmarts and shit like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Make it actual max.
Do it like fucking Archie comics. You always see the Archie comics on when you're going down. When you're in the checkout line, you look up and you see there's always a fucking Archie comic. Always an Archie comic. Or maybe there's a Spider-Man or Batman.
Like you go, even I'm at Walmart. I go to like the book section. There is literally shelves with like they have like the first volumes of multiple manga. Sometimes they get the latest volume, and then the first volume of the most popular manga at the time, like Attack on Titan, My Hero Academia, like the manga that appeals to the mass Western audience.
And there's fucking Archie in there because there's. I don't know. This is something that I noticed for a long time. There's fucking Archie in like all the fucking Walmarts and like all the fucking Publixes. They're always there.
And what do you find if you're trying to find a DC comics? You have to go next to the front that is mixed up with a whole bunch of other card games and stuff, and it's usually in multiple packs, a multi-variety packs that are random pulls from the entire comic. Right, so you may get stuff from the current and then get into past, which are, by the way, part of multi-issue arcs.
I feel like having like a few what was it called? Shonen Jump type series, but more like Shonen Jumps for like genres and your own. Like you would have like a.
The anthology magazine is something really hard to sell to Americans.
Well, yeah,
well, but maybe like I don't know. Maybe there's a way to like test the waters, find a way to make it work. Because if so, it will make you could probably make big money on it.
Also, here's another way to fix Spider-Man in terms of how to do sales marketing stuff. I would take all the previous material already printed up, make into affordable $10 volumes. If I have to, take out the color, but like they're small, $10, and they're all numbered 1, 2, 3, all in chronological order. So you pick up a volume, much like a manga, so that when they get put into a Barnes & Noble, onto a shelf, there's a shelf that is dedicated to all Spider-Man. So if a person wants to read Spider-Man, they can start from 1 and pick up 2, pick up 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, and also for like that Walmart idea, you could have like like your start of the Spider-Man reboot, your current issue, your current like collection, and then you can have like the most popular miniseries. So like a person can get you can not only get into it where it's at right now, he can read the
Todd McFarlane miniseries. That was
like a really cool mini series that gets them a big taste of it. A big storyline.
I would actually personally go so extreme is that when I republish the Spider-Man issues, they would all be actually like renumbered. All the Amazing titles. So anytime they switch back to like issue 1, it's actually the proper number. Oh yeah, I would also stop the issue 1 nonsense. Alright. That's it for me with my longer than I expected rant about how to fix Spider-Man. And now I have to go to bed.
Oh, alright.
Good night, Yado.
You ain't gonna stick around for Creed?
No, I have work tomorrow, unfortunately.
Ah. Alright then.
Yeah, unfortunately. Alright, have a good night.
Okay. Have a good night, Ninjato. Alright. I still think you could do something with Miles still. I think you could still do something.
The problem is not that no one's doing anything with Miles. The problem is that no one wants to do anything different with Miles. They want to portray him as 2 things. 1, Black Peter, or 2, Black Man. But like they don't want Miles to be his own character, because that would mean that they would have to build upon a character for him to form around. Because Miles, as he is in the comic book, he has no flaws. He has no drive outside of, well, I have these powers and I can do good. There is no grand journey with him. He feels like he's just there to hold on to the mask until someone else comes along. Grand journey.
Well, maybe you could just, at the very least, then change up his personality a bit. Besides being just Black Peter. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know. What's one thing about Peter that like everyone recognizes about him besides the responsibility bit?
Why?
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Nick.
His kindness.
His kindness. All right.
He's a little dense.
Alright, then maybe Miles can be he's a little more arrogant. He's kind of got a little bit of ego issue. So that's different there.
I'm black, y'all. I'm black.
Well, no, not like that. Not like that comment.
Alright, I'll make a joke. Well, maybe he noticed people more than Peter does. Because I mean, isn't one of the people Peter found that he's a little dense at times?
Okay.
Oh, that does actually, you know, that's actually a great thing that you told me, Chengus. I actually thought about it. I'm like, there is no personal moment with Miles that didn't revolve around him talking about his characteristics that don't matter. But there's no scene with Miles just talking to a supervillain and just telling him, you know, we may have our troubles, but deep down I think you're good. I think you know you can be changed. There's no moment of like, oh, Miles just going to the funeral of a thug he once beat up and putting change in the jar because cares too much. There's none of that, because it always seems like when writers write him, he seems a bit selfish.
Maybe you can play that up, but you know, actually move that selfishness into from just, you know, a quirk that he has to an actual character flaw that he needs to overcome.
It's like something like that, you know, like why would come on, you're gonna go to his funeral? Why would I go to his funeral? Like get that shit out of here! Come on, I ain't going to his funeral.
He's a fucking criminal. Who cares?
Oh, so something like that. You know, maybe I was thinking. Let me see. I was thinking something like maybe like a. You know, because it's on my mind. I don't know. Maybe something like Creed, personality-wise. You know, where like Donnie. He's got like that. What is it that? What is it? You know.
The mouth.
Yeah, he's got the mouth, but you know, unlike Peter, where it's like you know, there's like quips and stuff like it's more like, you know, like it's to show that like arrogance is it's more like actual insults, like real insults that are like to show there's a difference. You know, he's not just doing it just because, you know, hey, you know, I got hey, look, man, I gotta keep this, you know, I gotta keep talking shit because, you know, it helps calm my nerves. No, with Miles, it could be just simply because he generally believes that shit. It's like, nah, you're shit. I'm gonna beat you.
No one gives a crap about your robot fanfiction.
You know, something like that. That's a difference between Peter and Miles. There, you could play up.
To quote Vladimir Lenin, "What you have done is shit. You're all shit. Your fanfiction is shit."
And then I guess the thing is just, you know, give Miles more original villains then.
I would also distance himself from the Spider-Man persona a bit. I really fucking dislike anybody other than Peter.
I see.
Like, aside from like maybe like Miguel O'Hara.
I think what would be interesting is if what would actually be interesting for Miles is if the whole thing is he doesn't want to be Spider-Man. He got the powers.
Or maybe he becomes Spider-Man, and Peter's not. And Peter, he's a dick, and Peter isn't happy about it.
I was thinking more like Miles, even though he's got the same powers, he wants to have a different legacy than share the Spider-Man fame with Peter. He wants to be different. So, you know, even though he's got the spider powers, he wants to be, ultimately, he wants to prove he wants to be something other than just Black Spider-Man.
You know, maybe we could actually have that be a character rope from what I was saying to what you're saying. That feels like maybe there's a few more steps in there, but I feel like that's could be a good character arc.
Yeah. Like, you could do that with Miles. Oh, I'm just spitballing here, though. Well, I'm not a comic writer, so.
I mean, we probably should be. We're better than everybody else on who's comic writing right now.
I suppose. But oh well. What are you gonna do about it, I guess?
Yes. Well, Changus, you are a screenwriter.
Oh, that's fair enough. Oh, that's true. Alright. But anyways, we are more than an hour in, and we got 4 more topics to talk about. So let's get this ball rolling. So next up, I guess, without Spider-Man, we gotta go to Ben Stiller. Because apparently there were 3 Night at the Museum movies.
There's 4.
There's 4?
Yeah.
Isn't the last one just like a cartoon?
4.
Let me see.
I think there's a 4. I think it was like just direct to Disney Plus.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are fucking Trump or fucking Night at the Museum gets 4 movies, and where's my 3 other Tropic Thunder movies? Tropic Thunder movies.
Oh, the 4th one doesn't even have Ben Stiller.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's
I was drinking water there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Really funny.
It kind of feels more like, yeah, I think based on what I saw of the 4th one, it seemed more like you know, back in the day they make TV shows out of the Disney movies.
Yeah.
It felt like that.
Ah.
But like in the reverse.
Wait, excuse me?
I mean, it was the 4th movie, so wouldn't it be like a reverse or something? I think I had the extra sets lying around, and I'm like, oh, why not just pump this out?
Also, apparently, Night in the Museum was a children's book.
4.
Huh.
Yeah. It was a children's book by a Croatian author.
Huh.
4.
So, is the 3rd movie any better, Comet?
I've just been watching Night in the Museum.
Why?
Then I went to the 2nd one. I don't know, I like the concept. And I thought, it wasn't bad, it was alright. But
Okay.
what? Y'all didn't like the movies?
I watched the 1st one, I thought it was alright. I didn't think I think this is, in my opinion, this is a case of where there was no need for a sequel. And apparently there's 4 of these damn movies. It's like, okay.
Okay, it's. I feel like there's like a low budget movie that because it made mid-bucks, people are like, okay, so every horror movie ever made a whole lot of money, so we're just gonna pump out like 12 of these.
Night in the Museum, the original one, was the 5th highest grossing film of 2006.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this is a case where just you could have just stuck with one movie and oh, now I'm sad. The first Museum movie had Robin Williams.
And the 3rd one.
And the 2nd, he was Theodore Roosevelt.
Oh, now I'm sad.
Oh, that sounded like great casting.
Yeah.
Oh god, now I'm sad.
Yeah, I was sad watching this one.
Yeah. But Theodore Roosevelt won't come back to life.
Why do you mention that? But about that, yes, but I'll think about. I'll train the thought.
So, real quick, explain what is the whole premise behind, at least, these movies, and by default, this specific movie.
Well, pretty much the basic premise that this ancient Egyptian tablet.
Oh, what happened to Comet's PNG here?
Hello?
No, you're here, but your PNG all of a sudden defaulted to like your profile picture.
Huh. Okay.
Try exiting. Oh, same thing happened to Matchstick. That's
But,
weird.
Basically,
But not with Nick, or not. Oh, let me see something real quick. Huh.
Oh.
Thank you, Nick. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me try. No? Hold on. Send me your browser sources again. Real quick.
browser sources? Okay.
You know, through the reactive link. Send it to me again. Let me see what happens. I just noticed all of a sudden, just whoa, what happened going in here?
Okay.
Do you have it like pinned or something?
Oh yeah, that's true. I should have it pinned. Give me a second. Here's Matchstick.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is the right one.
Alright, here. Give me No, it's not changing? What? What's happening? I don't get it. How come Nick and Notch PNG haven't changed? But your guys has. I am so confused. Give me a second. Let me see something on my end. Maybe it's something on my end? Let me see.
Excuse us, audience. We experienced some technical difficulties. We'll be right back in just a minute.
Hold on. That's so weird. Okay, here we go. Individual browser source. Here's Matchsticks. Maybe. Hold on. Let me try something. Let me try this. Just. No, yeah, it's still not. Check your things real quick. Like you go to that site and then just check your PNGs real quick. See if everything's you know. Are your images just, you know, what you want it to be, or is it just your profile picture showing up? Like I'll show you, for example, just for you guys, just for example. So like if it should be, you know, like the images that you guys, you know, set up, but then sometimes if there's no image, it'll just to be your Discord profile image.
Oh, okay. I go back to pen.
Alright. And now it's small? Alright. Hold on. What's happening here, guys? I don't get it. Why is this only happening to Matchstick and Comet, though? Because, again, say something real quick for me, Nick. Yeah, yours is fine. So that's weird. It's only you and Matchstick Comet.
That's weird. I'm checking it right now.
Are you going to the?
Yes, I'm just trying to get my authentication code.
Ah.
You know I sign up for 2-step verification.
Ah, alright. Man, this is weird. This is weird.
Yeah, and my image is my last one.
Huh.
I guess Discord being Discord?
Try that. Try getting out of Discord and coming back in.
Okay.
Alright. Give him a moment. Oh! Okay, there we go. You're fixed. Do the same thing, Matchstick. Just exit out and then come back in. Matchstick? Oh, there we go. Alright. Let's just wait for him. That's so weird. Because again, it only happened to you and Matchstick Comet. Alright, there we go. Now it's fixed. Yeah, that's so weird. Because Nick and Nod, they're fine. I don't know. Alright, but anyways, technical difficulty should be over now. Alright, back to Ben Stiller and the Night of the Living Museum or something like that. Alright, so what's the premise going on here for these movies?
The basic premise that there's magical gold tablet. At night, it brings the music exhibits to life.
Alright.
Ending within its radius to life.
And
they have to be within the museum before sunrise, otherwise they turn dust. But during the day they go back, they become unliving again.
Alright.
Now the premise of this movie is that it turns out is run out of power, run out of juice.
Alright.
And now they gotta go. Now they gotta go to a museum in England to see Ahmed Rob parents who knows how to recharge the thing. Who's the Egyptian guy in the poster? And see his parents to find out what's wrong with it. They have it recharged, and all they had to do was put it under moonlight. Because it was blessed by the moon god.
Alright.
Which bit of honestly, a bit of that's it. Okay. But yeah. So that's pretty much the gist of it. They had to go, and they gotta get recharged before it runs out of juice, and throughout the movie they slowly turn back into statue exhibit motif. Teddy Roosevelt's hands slowly turn back to plastic. Turn back to wax and such.
Alright.
And honestly, it was a fun movie. It's nice to see Robin Williams again. And Teddy Roosevelt. And just I miss him.
I'm sad. I miss Robin Williams.
Yeah. And I like Owen Wilson and as Jebediah and
wow. No, I'm just imitating Owen Wilson. That's what everyone always he always goes, "Oh wow, wow."
And I'll tell you, I kind of like those two. I like those two characters because they bounce off each other really well. Yeah. But one that I'm trying to. It's just a simple movie. It's not the best movie.
Alright.
It's just okay, but I do like the send-off they did, because at the end they decided to leave the tablet with pretty much Ahmed Rob missed his parents, so they left the tablet in the English museum. Meaning that the Museum of New York, the exhibits in the New York Museum will come to life at night. And it's kind of...
Rebel Wilson's in the movie?
Rebel who?
Rebel Wilson. Well, you don't know who Rebel Wilson is, Comet? How do we explain this? How do we explain Rebel Wilson?
She was fat.
She was fat.
Oh, she played that character that annoyed me.
That's a good description. She was fat. She played the character that annoyed me. Rebel Wilson.
That's the one character I didn't like her character in that movie. Just too. I don't know how to describe it.
Jesus Christ, Rebel Wilson! Holy shit! I forgot what a fucking drastic comparison it is. now and like back then. Oh my god.
Okay, I'm gonna look her up. How you spell her name?
Rebel Wilson.
as in a rebellion, the short term for rebellion, and Wilson.
Like
Okay,
Owen
let's see.
Wilson.
Okay.
Just look up like
Then-
Rebel Wilson 2022.
Well, it was in 2020. I was gonna say then and now.
It's like, oh my gosh.
Oh, she lost some pounds.
Some pounds. Some pounds, like, dang.
Yeah.
She's no longer, they can't, so Hollywood can't go to her anymore for, to play the fat lady in the movies.
Yeah.
Comment, that's
Yeah.
actually another good way to describe it. Comment, Rebel Wilson was the go-to actress the Hollywood went to if they wanted to portray a fat woman.
And she lost a lot of weight, and then her frat privilege was taken away from her.
Here we go.
You know what? Good for her. Good for Rebel Wilson.
Good for her. Good for her health.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Though there's this one scene I really like where they first met Akuma Ra's parents.
Huh.
It's like it was something like that. They were talking about the Egyptian gods are the one true God. Well, we try to be more open-minded these and business skills. Like we try to be more open-minded today. It's like I'm half Irish and half Jewish. Jews, we love the Jews.
Huh.
We own 40,000 of them.
Oh my gosh.
And we own 40,000 of them, and they're out in the field doing their little candles and singing.
Ah.
And so happy, and no, they weren't. We kind of had a whole holiday about that.
Wait, is Rebel Wilson bisexual?
Like what?
She has one child, but apparently she's with a woman at the moment. I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
I don't know. That just caught me off guard. Like, wait, she has a child. So it's like, so I get to say this. Whoa, she's bisexual. I didn't know that.
I don't know.
I'm bisexual.
She lost one privilege and gained another.
So,
Sorry.
black comment. Why is Mr. Robot Pharaoh?
Oh yeah, he has to play. I think at one point he played Moses in one of his acting too.
He played Moses.
What made that joke? They did that little skit. They're funny to me. Kind of.
Huh.
But yeah, I think they did. Like I said, with this thing, I also like what they did with Lancelot because he was a bit of a. He was very bombastic, but at the same time, he's a bit like the question is what happened if it would exhibit that feature like mythological characters came to life, and he had no clue.
Huh.
Yeah, so he thought he was Lancelot, then suffered a bit of identity crisis, well, existential crisis, and did this really funny skit with Hugh Jackman.
Huh.
Essentially, he jumped on the stage while Hugh Jackman was doing like a play about Camelot. Kind of funny. Hugh Jackman tried to pull a Wolverine.
Ah.
Look. And sometimes I was like, they're like, what you doing? But yeah, I think, like that. I think it should end it right here. Because they did a good send off.
But then
because like
they made
there was
a
a blunt
movie.
Because like Ben Stiller kind of did a blunder. Larry Dale did a blunder in the beginning. Like when the magic was wearing off, all the zip Zibis went crazy during a banquet while he was showing off the special effects, quote unquote.
Alright.
And he took the blame, so his boss didn't get fired. And it was a good end for the movie. It ended like it started.
Huh.
And and they could have left it there, but then the fourth movie happened. Now I don't know when that's good or not. I still gotta watch that one.
You're gonna watch it. Okay.
Well, I don't know. Might be good, might be good,
Alright. I ain't gonna question you.
Because, it's one of those things where I heard nothing. I heard nothing good or bad about it. Actually, I heard much about it. But I'm gonna go in with an open mind and hope for the best.
Alright. Okay then.
Before we go into the next topic, I want you to check out Streaming Backroom.
I saw. I need to remind you that last image you have there, that's from Transformers.
That's why I specifically tracked it down.
Yeah, my favorite part of Transformers Age of Extinction was when they dedicated an entire minute justifying why this guy can have be a boyfriend to a minor.
Wait, what?
He had it in his wall. Not only did he have it in his wallet, he also laminated the card.
He fucking whipped it out like American Psycho showing their business cards, such as shing. Check out this, in your face, Marky Mark. Texas Romeo and Juliet law. Therefore, I can be with your underage daughter.
You know who needed that card?
Who?
One of the characters in True Detective.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's one way to segue into a topic.
So he got his ass kicked.
Oh, that's one way to segue into a topic. All right.
So Masha, what is this about Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson tracking down a serial killer?
Yep, that is basically the plot of the entire 8-episode series. I don't know much about the background of it, but it takes its inspiration from presumably some of Nietzsche, definitely of Lovecraft, Yellow King in particular. But holy shit, was it fucking good! Oh.
Nice.
The acting, the setting, the characters, just ooh. But so let me get my talking points. That's basically the concept of the series. Matthew McConaughey, who plays sort of this pessimistic but and smart detective, and his partner. Woody Harrelson, who plays the more conservative, I don't want to say straight-lace, because he does some stupid fucking shit.
Alright.
More conservative cop. Marty Hart. McConaughey is called Rusty Coles. Just find that name kind of funny. Imagine a Rusty Cole.
Rusty Cole.
Yeah. But they are assigned to a case wherein the setting is Louisiana. They're a Louisiana State Police that have been assigned to a murder case where a 28-year-old learned to be ex-prostitute was found dead on a tree by kind of by the side of the road in a little bit of a grassy area. found dead. Was she raped? Not.
Oh.
I think she was.
It implies that she was.
Huh.
Okay. Oh, this is fucking dark. Ooh.
Ah.
This is just the fucking least of it. Yeah.
Ah.
Implied to be raped. Positioned her body to look like she was praying, and they put antlers on her forehead and covered her in tattoos.
Huh.
Yeah, that's an image.
Yeah, that's an image, alright. Jeez.
And the rest of the story is about this takes place in primarily 1995 and I think 2012 or 2014.
Alright.
And then it has a little bit of 2002 in there. But no, I think no, it'd be 2014 because it's 2014. 1995 and 2014. What was who we last thought? It's about them going in and solving the case, which it has a lot of ups and downs, and it also goes kind of deep into their personal lives. Rusty's sort of a family man, and McConaughey's sort of a loner type. They get to know each other, bond, stuff like that.
Topic, but if you guys get the chance, try out Coca-Cola Move.
Coca-Cola Move?
Yeah, it's a new flavor out.
Huh.
Ooh.
Basically, it changes flavor as you drink it.
Huh.
Or like when you take a sip, you actually taste it change flavor, quote unquote, because
Huh.
react. I think it's I like it mostly because there's a bit of coconuttiness that, and I really like coconutness.
Oh, okay.
Whereas I like coconut.
Huh.
I don't like coconut, so I think I'll avoid this.
I would say at least give it a try because you might find it different.
Okay. I'll try.
Maybe, but I won't hold my breath. But Rusty, McConaughey's character, is he's an incredibly intelligent cop who kind of he brings out this sort of like a large notebook that makes him look like a tax man, which is why they call him the tax man. Has all these drawings and stuff in there. He's his backstory is that he alright, so he was raised in Alaska before moving to Texas. And in Texas he got down. He had a wife and a daughter. The daughter was killed in a car accident, and there was a divorce. And he joined left and joined an undercover police force, and eventually after that he moved to Louisiana, and then this is when he moved to Louisiana. And Marty is that he's a family man, been a cop for a long while, has 2 daughters of his own. He's also cheating on his wife with a the worst part is that he's really likable. So he's doing stupid fucking shit. You're like, come on, Marty, stop. You're just gonna get in trouble for this.
Huh.
Yeah, but it's Woody Harrelson. What can you do? What's it? Something else. Shit. Yeah, but they go on this case, and as it goes through, they have. I really should have plotted this out better, the character arcs and stuff. But I'll just go through some of the themes. I think this definitely affects all of them. But I'll go over some of the sub themes before going into major ones. But some of the smaller themes is it's definitely the relationship between men and women, which is more on the Marty's side of things, and it explores his relationship with his family and his wife, and how that goes through a whole bunch of fucking different twists and turns, because of, the adultery.
Rust is just a nihilist.
Yeah.
That sounds exhausting.
So yeah, it's pretty exhausting.
That is so one of the first words that one of the first conversations between Marty and Rusty is this is the last of the conversation. All right, let's just leave the car as a place of silent reflection. This is said by Marty after Rusty went on a long nihilistic rant. Not rant, but monologue. And it's you can tell Rusty is pretty fucking miserable at the start of the show. But another, which is one of the major themes of the story, is pessimism and nihilism, and how that, and that's more of Rusty's theme. But it does affect both of them to some degree. And it definitely you do see the ups and downs of it as both Marty and Rusty affect each other, and they make decisions, and the world affects them, and the other characters affect them. But I say the last major theme of the story is religion. It definitely takes a bit more of I think the stance I came out of the series with their opinion is that, all right, wait just a second. I want to say it was like that it was like one of the founding fathers, I think maybe Thomas Jefferson, said this. It's like, I'm paraphrasing, but I think God is bullshit, but Jesus Christ, man, he spelled some mad ass words. I respect that. I feel like that's kind of the also
it's a very agnostic view of religion.
It's like,
at best, it is a story we tell each other.
Yeah. But I feel like they, have at least a respect of, there's a respect of it there. They're not immediately, like Hollywood types, like frothing at the mouth, hating it. Which for a Hollywood movie, Hollywood show, I'm like, wow, this is much more than I ever expected to be at least a little bit respectful of religion. But it is just, and the primary villain too, the primary mystery. It's not like I feel like it is something that you maybe could have figured it out earlier. I would have to be refreshed up by not, and I would actively spoil the show. Okay. We do see the main villain beforehand. Do you think it? Do you remember if we had a cameo? We do see the main villain once earlier on in the show. Do you think he has some of the character? They show his major characteristic in that scene.
It's been some time, but I think he did.
Okay, so it is something that you can figure out beforehand, I believe. But most likely it's more of a, you know, go with the flow, you get the clues when the characters get it kind of thing. But it is just a fantastic one. It's very horror inspired. Very the King in Yellow is, well, I mean, it was adopted by Lovecraft, but it originally wasn't Lovecraft. But it's still a very well told. I feel like the elements, if you read the book and read the original King in Yellow story and read this, it would be very faithfully and respectfully adapted. You got the villain, the villain who's this guy who goes around, who's you know, is this classic serial killer, but you get this. Not only do you have the he's not just a serial killer. He's also got this Lovecraftian element to him, so you get a lot more, bit more fear of the unknown to him. The guy's got the name of the Yellow King. You know, lives in Carcosa. He is killing the victims, filling them up with meth and LSD before torturing them and doing all stuff. I love the you do get a drawing of a mask he was wearing, and it's all sorts of like Celtic creepiness with like a face of wood with a green leafy ears, and it's all creepy stuff. There's this really cool name that they have for him from the production side, and it's called The Creature in the Tall Grass. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a fucking A+ series. You know, just fucking S series for me. It's an S rank series. If you have the time, you got 8 hours to spare. Check it out. It's some good fucking shit. Do you have anything to say about it? Any facts or trivia?
Well, I guess I can mention, because you kind of didn't mention it. The tourism. Basically, the entire first season was directed and written by Kari Joji Fukunaga.
I also want to interject that I also found out when I was looking it up, when Kama was telling his thing, that he's also the guy who directed the most recent James Bond movie.
Yeah.
Huh.
Which I'm like,
that's
How the fuck do you fall that fucking far in your quality storytelling?
Who's the guy again?
Kari Joji Fukunaga.
That's one hell of a name.
I gotta go from True Detective to Mid.
Well, he did.
No Time to Die is Mid.
Well, it is. To be honest, it is.
I was gonna say at the very least low mid.
He went from True Detective to Beasts of No Nation to Mid.
I see. Wow. Okay then, that's
But I'm sorry to interrupt, but you were saying?
No, it's no problem. So a lot of what was mentioned at the time was just how they were the two creative leads in the show. and it sort of became a big part of. It sort of became a big part of this because even in like HBO shows, the idea of an auteur, because HBO shows they're very free with what the creators are allowed to do. Of course, you do get some meddling at the end, which results in the famous HBO botched ending. But it's like, well, True Detective had this whole idea where, it was the season 1 was made, was directed by the same man and written by the same man, written by a same writer, and it was compared to Twin Peaks, which David Lynch and Mark Frost had the same sort of dynamic, and also Twin Peaks it comes from the same mold as True Detective, just mystery stories that are very unorthodox with how they like to tell their crime dramas. They're also horror shows, so it's like it feels interesting. Yeah, so it feels interesting that
when I'm done with you, you're gonna be a canoe. One of my favorite lines in that show.
So yeah, like I did want to mention it because altruism is a very interesting subject to me. And it is very interesting to see one for an HBO show, which had gives a lot of leeway to their creators, but there are times when you will see like meddling. In the case of Game of Thrones, it's self-sabotage because they thought they were getting a Star Wars show.
So they purposely ruined the show because they just didn't give a shit. We're gonna get Star Wars.
Yeah.
Wow.
How's that going well for them?
There is no Star Wars show, so.
Get what you fucking deserve, audience. Bang. But I didn't think the ending was botched. I think I quite liked it.
Oh, like usually the botched ending thing. That is more like the last episode of the last season sort of thing. Yeah. Like because The Sopranos had a botched ending. Like the Oz had a botched ending. Like so, it really feels like there's a curse.
The Sopranos, the show where it ends.
Nick, that was hilarious.
Thank you.
I'm the only one here out of the loop. I generally thought like something happened. Like, oh, what's going on?
I've never seen. I've never seen Sopranos, but I do know
it.
Okay,
so Changus, you gotta understand, the show quite literally ends.
Okay.
So Changus, the show ends not to a fade to black. It just ends with them singing Journey, and then it just goes straight to black with no explanation.
Huh.
It literally ends mid-sentence.
Okay.
And then 10 years later, you get a mid movie.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh.
Oh, that's that here.
How do you go from Sopranos to mid?
I feel like that's a recurring trend going on here. These people make some really good stuff and then just goes to mid. Huh. Anyway, I would.
But
no,
you're saying that? Oh,
No, you
Chelsea,
guys finish
Chelsea,
your
I hope
topics real quick.
Chelsea, I hope you clip that. I really hope you clipped.
I could go back and like make a little short video of it. What time is it? Like 55, so something like that. All right. What were you gonna say though? Not.
No, I think I said all I needed to say.
All right. Any last words then, Matchstick?
it's a short show. It's fucking amazing. You should go watch it.
All right then. All right. Oh, hi Ray. I didn't see you here. Oh, Adrian! I'm glad you like those movies, Ray. Oh, excuse me. Oh my gosh, I am burping. Ooh.
Well done. Excellent. Nice.
Thank you. Alright. Well, anyway, so I was gonna use what I said, about things going from great to mid to as a segue, but I have to use the restroom. So don't worry, I'll be back. But
here we go. Don't worry. Things look great to mid already. Great to mid already.
Oh, thank you, Matchstick. Thank you, Matchstick. That's wonderful. You know what? You're probably right. I'll take my leave now. Thank you guys for showing up. You guys take care of the rest of the show. I gotta go use the restroom. Bye. No.
And now it's my show now.
Oh, it's your show now. Okay. I don't know, but for real though, I'm gonna go use the restroom and get some more tea. I'll be back.
Here next 2 cents.
2 cents. Oh my gosh.
And lo, Trangus ascended up to the stairs, never to be seen again.
The Yellow King must have got him.
Richie's brother Chuck.
He went on to be one with the Matrix.
And now, as the new host of this show, there's gonna be some changes around here. All right, you guys' opinion and on the government, and how we doing with like the presidency and all that. And why did we get canceled?
If we would have gotten canceled like a few streams ago.
Yeah. Speaking of,
I consider the content of that one.
Yeah.
But speaking of presidents, those AI voice president YouTube videos are fantastic.
Those are fucking great.
I like the one when it's like all 4 presidents is playing playing. I forgot what it's called, Sanctuary, or playing a video game. It's so smooth. Man, AI voice is such a fantastic thing. Hey, Master, you saw the one where they went on the ski trip?
I saw the one where they went into a medieval Renaissance fair.
Oh yeah.
You know what president I'm not really all that fond of? JFK, that liar. He said he was gonna do a full 2 terms.
Funny enough, they did do it. They did an AI voice about JFK. The presidents were playing bingo. Playing golf.
Uno.
Yeah, Uno. And JFK just walked out, using the actual audio clip, the old audio clips they had of them. And it's so they sound like, every time you talk, it sound like an old TV. Yeah.
So, uh, premium channels are sort of interesting now. They live in this weird potential. They live in this weird purgatory where we have streaming, but we have to it's like you have to purchase like cable packages to get like HBO, Showtime, all that stuff.
What's this about HBO?
I was just thinking it's weird how like HBO just sits nowadays.
Huh.
Cause like I feel like HBO Showmax, Showtime, and Cinemax, they had this distinction of just being interesting sort of channels, because they were the channels where there was no such, because they were like premium bot channels. They had a much stricter, a much looser sense of ratings. So you could get away with a lot of stuff, like a lot of risque stuff on those channels. And I thought to myself, and now we live in the time of streaming, and it feels like streaming does that too, but it doesn't have, it's not the only difference, it seems like, there's no problem, because there's no need to like discuss the cable. You don't need a cable provider for a streaming service.
All right.
So it's like HBO, like I guess HBO realized that when they made HBO Max, just a way for them to continue kind of living in a new space. I mean, it's kind of failing for them, because for some reason they just decided, hey, like how we have HBO programming on HBO Max, and you can watch old shows, like our old catalog of shows that are from back from the 90s to now. Well, we're gonna remove some stuff.
Good job.
I can already hear the money loosening from my wallet.
Yeah, I see. Wow. Huh. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that was a yawn. Alright. Yeah, HBO. I don't know what's going on with them. Alright. Well, anyway. Oh, was that coming?
I said HBO still a thing.
I mean, HBO Max is still a thing. There's that. No, HBO Max has a habit of taking down all, a bunch of shows people like. I don't know. I don't know if those shows actually were not making money at all or not. All I just know is they're just taking down a lot of shows, and everyone's like, "Hey, what you do that for?"
I think that's a habit of a lot of services and TV channels.
Well, that's the thing. This is my last point. I want us to get quickly into what we're going to talk about.
All right.
But it's like, that's the thing. Like Black Comet is what I'm talking about is not necessarily something that they just leased out. Where they just bought like the rights to show on their service. They're taking off things that they made. like HBO Max, regardless of what I believe, what I think of the show, how the show later became, HBO Max took out Westworld. That wasn't a super old show. That was a very recent. Like that was a show made in the late 2010s.
It was really popular.
It was really popular. The first season's the only really good one, but it was still a popular show. I don't really see what was the point of taking it off the service.
I don't know. Streaming services are weird.
Westworld, the show that's based off that old movie that was pretty much just Jurassic Park before Jurassic Park. Not only helped by the fact that it was written by the same guy who would make Jurassic Park.
The movie was also directed by the same guy who wrote
Michael Crichton!
What is this movie called? Quake World?
Westworld.
Westworld.
That's not. I guess considering, regardless of how the show became, movie or show, which would you prefer?
Oddly enough, the show.
Did the show become mid?
The show did become mid. In the second season, they started spouting a lot of the stupid determinist crap, and it's like, oh, the robots are more free than the humans, and I'm like, what is this bullshit?
That's complete. That's really. Robots are literally the definition of not having free will.
You hear that, Prime? We don't have free will. Quiet.
But the first season is legitimately really great. It's got a great it's got a great cast. It's got Jeffrey Wright. That's where I first saw him. Before I think I first saw him as Felix, but I didn't realize that he was Felix. I mainly saw him as like a guy from Westworld.
Question: is the first season like a beginning, middle, and end kind of series where it's?
Yes, you can watch the first season and you can just end it there. It's actually.
And I'll be content.
Yes.
Yeah, I only watched.
I bet the things to watch one day then.
I only ever watched the first season. I never got. I was interested in the second season, but I never got around to it.
Is it like an anthology?
No.
No, it is a continuing story, but the great thing about season 1 is it does set up for the second season, but it finishes off the entire point of the first season, where you don't really need to go ahead.
So it's like it's like Star Wars, first movie.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess the second season turns out to be mid. Never watched the second season though.
How would you go to great television to mid?
How do you combine to make mid? And that's actually a good segue because there's speaking of mid, how does Ryan Coogler go from Creed to mid?
I don't know, Changus. I don't know.
How does he make something like Creed and then he makes Black Panther? I feel like that's
probably because maybe it's not his strong suit. The story of Black Panther.
maybe.
Two very different stories,
That's true.
Green and Black Panther.
I think this is just Marvel looked at looked at Ryan Coogler.
Hmm.
Because like the funny thing is,
Literally, let's be clear.
like the funny thing is like Black Panther came out a year after Creed. So
Huh.
so it's like I feel like they just looked at Ryan Coogler and they're like, this man has the right pigment. Let's hire him.
Yeah, pretty much.
Ah.
Well, guys, this flesh bag of a body is breaking down.
You don't want to hear about one of the greatest black boxers movies out there, Comet?
Yes, but Michael, I got something to do.
All right.
Oh, technically today.
All right. Have a good night, then, Comet.
Have a good night.
Where can I find this creep, by the way?
I think it's on Hulu. You can also watch it on Amazon Prime.
Then I shall watch on Amazon Prime.
You might
Yeah.
have to rent it on Amazon, but it's worth it.
Yeah, you do have to rent it, but it's on Prime.
I will.
Dang, you flat out bought it, right?
Huh? Oh, no, I only rented it at the time. I bought Rocky.
Alright.
To be fair though, that's also a good
Right.
choice.
Right?
Good night, guys.
All right, have a good night, Comet.
Have a good night, Comet.
But speaking of Rocky, this is the fourth time of our Rockyathon. We are down to our last two movies before next week, which is I am really looking forward to next week.
Same.
Oh, cause man, if the Rocky movies weren't, if you didn't think the Rocky movies were great, like I don't know, well, one, I don't know what's wrong with you, but then also two, if for some reason if that's the case, then you should still give the Creed movies a shot because they're also really great. Oh my gosh,
These movies are fantastic. All of them.
Oh, they're all great. Let's see. Real quick, Nick. So let's just do a basic rundown. So what's the overall basic premise going on with Creed here?
The story of Creed follows the story of the son of Apollo Creed, who was killed in Rocky IV.
If he dies, he dies.
He dies, and Adonis was the result of a was actually his illegitimate child due to an affair. And Marianne, the fucking MVP of this, probably the entire franchise, just because of what she does, is the wife of Apollo Creed. Be clear, she is not the mother of Adonis.
Let's
Yet
be also
she
be clear.
finds-
She's not the biological mother.
I was gonna get to that. She's not his mother, but she is his ma. Because not only does she find him, but she flat out takes him in. She has no need to do this, by the way.
Hmm.
Her husband cheated on her. Son is not hers. Doesn't need to do this. Not only takes him in, but treats him as one of her own. Fucking MVP.
Marianne's great.
Donnie basically grows up, was basically pretty much going through juvie pretty much his entire childhood. And pretty much due to that, he kind of has a will of a fighter. And because of that, he wants to be a boxer.
Just like his dad.
Yeah. Who he doesn't even really know. So he decides to move from LA to Philadelphia to train with the best.
Pam pam ba da dum ba ba bum 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 dun 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 dun. Yeah, he goes to seek out who honored the best. Rocky Balboa. Rocky's also
and-
great.
Yeah, and basically, when Donnie gets selected to go off against the champ, the current heavyweight champ, he has to train in order to prove that he's in order to prove himself as essentially pretty much
He's worthy of the name Creed.
yeah, pretty much.
I have an idea.
Okay.
All right, Justice Society movie. Wildcat is played by I forget his name. Shit.
Sylvester Stallone?
Sylvester Stallone. Sylvester Stallone is Wildcat.
Huh.
Okay.
That's interesting. Alright. But yeah, where do we begin with these movies?
Well, let's start off by saying this is a masterpiece.
Yeah.
This is a full-on masterpiece.
This is great.
This is on the level of like we're getting like the first Rocky is legendary.
Yeah.
And while I won't say they surpass the original, they very much come close. These are very close movies.
They're really good.
Which is why I can't decide. Which is why there's a 4-way tie for second place, Genghis. You can't make me choose between these movies.
Like one thing, like, did there need to be a movie, like a spin-off movie about, Creed? No.
No.
But they did. And it was really, really good. Really, really good.
Fucking fantastic.
Let me tell you a story. So this was the period of my time where I was still in high school. I was taking film class because I wanted an ETA. At the time, I didn't realize that it will change me forever.
You're like Hugh Neutron, just that reminds me, son. That time I took a film class in high school, and that changed my life forever.
I looked at Creed. And I thought to myself, because I really liked Rocky Balboa.
Yeah.
I didn't watch that in theaters. I watched that in like Blockbuster.
Oh, I mean,
video, if you could believe that.
Huh.
I was like, Rocky Balboa is really good. I had no hope for Creed. I thought it was a film that was just made for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer to hold on to the franchise. That was the time where before I saw Fruitvale Station, so I wasn't aware of like Ryan Coogler's like his
Filmography?
His filmography and his success as a director. So I was just looking at this like, the 7th Rocky film is probably not going to be as good as the last one. Like, hopefully it'll be okay. Turned out it was the best theater experience I had that year.
Oh.
Because and this was 2015. Like 2015 was not a slouch year for movies. We got Mad Max Fury Road.
Yeah.
We got a lot of really great films. I thought to myself, I'll watch Creed because I like Rocky, and just like it was in a packed theater. It was the last time I remember being in such a packed theater. Until maybe like several months later when I went to go watch Star Wars Episode 7.
That's a given.
Yeah, that was a given.
Yeah, that was a given, because it's Star Wars. But Creed was that type of movie that the more when I watched it in the theater, I started everything just started melting away from me, and then it just became a precursor of the Danny DeVito meme.
I get it now.
I get it now.
I get it now.
And the great thing about the movie was that everyone was getting into it. Even towards like the end when he's facing off against Pretty Ricky Conlon, there was people cheering.
Oh, nice.
And it felt kind of surreal, because again, it's like you think to yourself, oh, it's a movie. So what's so being excited about? It's like, well, because the most exciting thing about it is just the fact that it's a movie that you forget it's a film. Just kind of feels like such a wonderful story that you're just sucked into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I love these movies. I love Creed. I love Rocky. It's like,
And thing is, I was literally obviously I was listening to it earlier because that fucking music is fucking awesome.
yeah.
And I was thinking to myself, fighting strong, fighting harder, fighting hard, fighting strong, fighting harder. I was literally thinking to myself, this is pretty much Donnie's Gonna Fly Now.
Oh yeah. Which means I hope they use it in the third movie.
Yeah. and much like Gonna Fly Now and how it was in the first Creed, I hope it sounds a little different.
Yeah.
It even sounds a little different, like Gonna Fly Now. But we'll get to that when we talk about Creed 2.
Yeah.
But back to the original Creed, which is also fantastic, phenomenal movie.
Yeah. Hang on, what was like what is it about Donnie that you guys like about him?
It feels so much easier just to make Donnie Rocky number 2. Because it's there, where it's like he was born on the streets. People looked at him like he was nothing but like he was nothing but a, what do you call it, a loser. Lack of a better term.
Not bum.
He's a bum.
It's a bum.
in fact, considering like the the later parts of his life, he was living in luxury.
Hmm.
He was in juvie for the first part of it, but still,
Yeah.
he was still relatively privileged by the time Marianne showed up and gave him a better life than he was having. Again, an MVP.
Marianne's great. But, I think that's also the thing. Donnie isn't just Rocky number 2, 2.0. There's difference.
He's not a robot.
Yeah. He's not Rocky 2.0.
If you guys get the reference and what I'm alluding to, thank you. Someone has to be respectful to that movie. Someone.
But Donnie is interesting because he strikes even in Creed 2, he strikes me off as a character with a lot of he's got a lot of anger in him.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of anger in him to to the world, to his dad, and is interesting. One thing about Donnie is even in Creed 2, but we'll get to that, is how it's interesting how Donnie responds to I guess rejection, for lack of better terms, which is to say not very well.
Yeah.
He's very aggressive. He's a showboat. Feels very much like they gave him parts of Apollo. They didn't try to make him Apollo. It feels almost like there is a genetic, it's like Adonis feels like he has a genetic disposition to just being his father. Because there's just points where he's overly confident. He's a showboat.
Yeah.
He's got a huge mouth on him. And those are the moments where it will come back to bite him in the ass. Because he lost his Mustang to Danny Stuntman Wheeler.
Yeah. Danny Stuntman Wheeler. Who's also a real life fighter.
That's true.
Andre Ward.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's cool that they're still using real fighters in these movies.
I like. Is it just me, or I like the moment Donnie gets to fight like Danny, Leo,
Danny Wheeler,
and Ricky Collin is just like the first time, and well, in like Ricky's case, the time he walks into the ring, first time we ever get introduced to them is their name and their stats.
Yeah.
I kind of wish we got that with Creed 2. That was such a cool idea.
I think it's at a certain time I kind of understand why they didn't do that with Creed 2, because Ivan's son and all that. So, but
yeah,
I that would have been cool too. But like, yeah, like there was bits of Apollo and Donnie, but then like that, there's more to it though. Like there's just like again like Donnie Adonis, he's got a lot of pent up anger in him. It's just, he does a lot of times. It seems like he doesn't know, who to blame, who to point, for that anger.
You hate me, I get it. But maybe you're angry at someone who isn't here, someone who can't defend himself.
And later turns out he's just angry at himself.
Yeah.
Because what Donnie wants is belonging.
Yeah.
Donnie.
Because all his life, well, most of his life, he felt like he never
I should have
belonged.
stopped the fight with your father. I'm stopping this one now. Don't, okay? Let me finish. I gotta prove it. Prove what? I'm not a mistake.
That's a great line. I think that's also a good time now to mention Rocky, because Rocky himself, he goes through quite a bit in this movie as well.
In typical Rocky fashion, he is involved ever so slightly, but he's still the very same man.
Yeah.
So back in Balboa, I know it's like how it's kind of showing his life, kind of, it's kind of not as, gray as it was before, but he's content with it. Here you can tell, yeah, he's sad. He's very much not happy.
Well,
He's pretty much
because at this point in his life,
he's got nothing to fight for.
he's all alone.
Everyone's gone. Everyone.
Even Paulie.
Even Paulie. Even Spider Rico. We don't see Marie or Steps anywhere.
Not even his son.
Not even. One turtle.
Yeah, he only has one turtle. Ah.
I found it funny how when I mentioned that when we first watched this.
Yeah. First
you
time.
thought it was like, oh, I'm bummed because two turtles, because like, I thought that was sad, but the reason I was sad was because it was representing Rocky without Adrian.
Oh, yeah. When you told me that, I was like, oh, that's so sad.
Oh yeah. My son. Well, my son. He went up to some place called Vancouver.
So that's a thing. Rocky still has his sense of humor.
Yeah.
And a lot of times he's not even trying to be funny. One of my favorite moments with Rocky was like when he's giving Donnie some instructions for like some exercises he could do to increase his speed. It's just like, all right, here we go. Okay, cool. Just takes a photo of it. All right, thanks. Aren't you gonna keep this? Like, cause he wrote it on a piece of paper, but Donnie just took a photo of it. Just, aren't you gonna keep it? I have it right here. Well, what if you lose your phone? Well, don't worry, it's on the cloud. He just looks up at the sky.
What cloud?
What cloud?
What I love the most about that is not that Rocky didn't understand what he meant. It's that Rocky had an idea of what he was trying to say, but he generally believed that files were saved in real clouds.
What cloud? But there's actually a quote though that really well, I'm gonna get to that quote, but pretty much Rocky in this movie, he's lonely. He's got pretty much nobody anymore. His son's not dead. It's just again he moved up to some place called Vancouver. But besides that, like, he pretty much has no one. And then here comes Donnie in his life. This kid who claims to be the son of, arguably one of Rocky's best friends, who he let die. So that's gonna obviously, shake things up in Rocky. It's like, oh my gosh. It's like, like when Donnie's talking to Rocky about, how he knows all the stuff about him and Apollo. So it's like, hey, how do you know all this? How do you think? What,
Oh,
like,
you're
you like a cousin?
Cousin?
He's my father. No, Pearson. I don't believe you. Call Marianne. Marianne, his wife. House number still works. Oh, that's right. You haven't talked to her since the funeral. Said you gave a nice speech, though. Yeah. Nice speech. That's also another thing, even in Creed 2, look at that. Donnie, Donnie, because of his mouth, tends to make a lot of low blows. And it's like, ah, Donnie.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's got a point, though. It's just, you shouldn't really say that, Donnie. That's a low blow. But I think also another thing is the Creed movies also continue to sing from the Rocky movies, where it other than besides Donnie's personal journey, a big thing is this heavy emphasis on what it means to be a fighter. And cause like how was it like I remember when we were rewatching Rocky 4 again, immediately in my mind, during the whole fight with Apollo and Ivan, my mind immediately went to Creed, where Donnie's like, and it's like, well, he ain't, how my father didn't, have a choice and all that, maybe he wanted to go out like that, maybe he wanted to go out like a fighter, maybe you did exactly what he wanted. I think he'd better be here, talking with you. And so there is still that thing about what it means to be a fighter, and that also still continues with Rocky himself. Rocky's character still deals with fighting. It's just this time around, the fight he has to go through isn't your your physical fight. It's
Spiritual.
Well, spiritual
For
and
one thing. Spiritual for one thing, but also medical.
Medical. So the big blow to Rocky's life is not only is everyone gone, now he's got cancer. And so and yeah, that real sucks.
I got the man cancer.
He got the man cancer, but
Got the woman. Well, Adrian had the woman cancer.
that's true. But the thing is though, with Rocky, he's at this point of his life where he thinks he has no one. There's no one in his life to turn to. He hasn't realized Donnie's still there, but besides that, he says, there's no one there for him anymore. So he's kind of gotten a bit nihilistic, actually, to the point where it's like, what's the point?
I wouldn't really say it's nihilistic. It's just
Really?
Rocky has an idea just in his head. It's like,
Fatalistic.
yeah, it's like
Fatalistic?
his time is over. It's just like the speech he gives Apollo when he Adonis when Adonis was like, no, I'm gonna drive you to the hospital. We're gonna get your treatment. He's like,
I'm not crazy at all. I know. If I could take everything that was good and put it into a bowl or something and say, hey, Here, I'd like to buy one more day with my wife. I'd do it. I would die a happy man right then. Not gonna happen.
Not gonna happen. So everything I got has moved on, and I'm here. But you know what? Okay, because I said to myself, if I break, if I'm hurt, whatever, I ain't gonna fix it. Why bother? Yeah, and
I'm just some bum living in your crib. You're a good kid.
A good fighter. You got your whole life ahead of you. Mine, back there, like all them guys on the wall, in the back, in the past. We're going nowhere. I am to you just an old trainer. That's what brought us together. You know, we're not a real family. I was in heads, kid.
But for Rocky, it was never really just he saw no point in living. He just thought, why delay the inevitable? It took Adrian, it took Polly.
It took Apollo. In at least what he might consider, because when Donnie said, how'd you beat 8 Apollos? Like, time gets the best of us.
Like, what the whole thing really is just Rocky learning that not only how to fight again, but just there is someone who still cares about him. Because he doesn't want to go up there and bother Robert, because he thinks Robert is living, his wonderful life now. He doesn't need me, to come and gum it all up. But he needed Donnie, someone who didn't look at him like he was just the Italian stallion.
Could be.
So
I never got a chance to thank Apollo for helping me out after Mickey died. It was nothing compared to what you've done. You taught me how to fight again. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna fight this thing. But if I fight, I want you to fight too. I'm gonna go across this ring and knock that son of a bitch down.
Can you do it? Say it.
I'm gonna knock that son of a bitch down. I know you are. And you know why?
You know why? Because you're a Creed.
And I love you, kid.
Rocky becomes Donnie's Mickey.
Get up, you son of a bitch! Cause Mickey loves ya!
He even puts on the fucking cap!
It wasn't until the first time I watched Creed with you, Nick, that I didn't realize, there is actually a resemblance there where Rocky starts looking like Mickey.
Yeah. And it was like a couple days later, I go, I tell you, it changes from even further of the Mickey homage, because I love you, kid.
Yeah.
This is just the chicken thing always gets me. So, you gotten good or these chickens gone slow.
Chickens are slowing down.
Chickens are slowing down.
Also just the chemistry between Michael B. Jordan and Sly here is also really good. They really pull it off well. And it's kind of funny how it's kind of interesting seeing like this old Rocky, he's still able to understand and like connect with like this kid who like talks, like it's also interesting how like little moments here and there, like how Creed starts talking like slang and stuff, modern like street slang and stuff, and then Rocky is like he's trying his best to understand. It's like but it's like I just they're great. The chemistry between these two are great, and the actors are doing a really great job. These movies, Rocky and Creed, they're just really great examples of to say, hey, guess what? Sylvester Stallone, he's actually a really good actor.
Yeah.
A guy acting that all his life has been is a good actor.
Well, like, cause like everyone, you know, when,
Yeah, I know, Alice.
all right.
You got shitty actors out there.
But I genuinely believe that, like, cause like when people think of Sylvester Stallone, they think of this like
The action guy.
the action guy who talks a little funny. I got a little bit of slur.
Hey, sucks. Action guy that talks funny. You're talking about Sly or Arnold?
Arnold. I mean, no, not Sly. No, shit. Damn it, you messed. Damn it, you messed me up, Nick. No, you fucking screwed up my head. I was talking about Sly.
Tell me I'm wrong though.
No, you're not wrong, but no. See, Arnold talks. Arnold. You know, the image people get is he talks. You know, with that funny accent. No, with Sly, Sylvester, you know, they usually think, you know, he's the guy, you know, he slurs a lot of words and stuff, but, you know, he's really good at fighting and all that, eh? But no, Sly's actually really good acting, like, actually, so it's also interesting how, in the Creed movies, Sly's performance as Rocky is also, changed over time as well. He's a lot softer. He's a lot more softer with how he talks. Even compared to Rocky Balboa, like in the Creed movies, he's a lot. You know, he's a lot slower but softer with how he talks, and you know he has his moments here and there, but like other than that, like he's actually, you know, it really gives that impression of this is a much older Rocky. You know, has a lot more experience now. And I guess I should also talk about Tessa Thompson, Bianca.
Yeah, we should definitely be talking about Bianca at some point.
I feel like Bianca, at least to me, doesn't become as important until the second movie.
Yeah.
Oh no, go ahead.
I think the what do you call it? Like, even though it's like their relationship is not as big of a part of the first movie, it's because the screenplay is really great. It's really well done.
Yeah.
I like that when after the breakup when they reunite, Rocky in the fucking thing, and he's just looking at the door. Again, Rocky's a terrible liar.
I also like how Rocky knew they were gonna, you know, get it on. So but he doesn't stop. He just says, "Hey, Don, remember? Yeah, I know the leg thing."
Yeah.
Which is also another thing he caught after Mickey, you know.
Yeah.
Look, Donnie, you know, no, I'm not saying you shouldn't hang out with your lady, but, you know, just saying, you know, they tend to make your legs weak. That's actually not true, actually. Like, they have done studies show, like, nah, sexual activity doesn't actually do that, but it's just something that Mickey...
You know,
it's just something Mickey believes.
It's just kind of a, you know, it's kind of a, you know, like a urban legend that's kind of cool. It's still kind of cool.
Something like that. It's also just something that Mickey believed and Rocky learned from Mickey.
It seems like it made kind of sense to Mickey, because not only is it like, oh, he believes that it makes your legs weaker, but it's just like, well, you know, you need to be worrying about the fight.
In a way, Mickey was right.
In a way.
If you remember how,
Rocky 2.
Yeah.
How Rocky couldn't put his heart into it because Adrian was in a coma.
Yeah.
And but that actually also plays really well into Creed 2. That idea of you're not at your best without the people you love supporting you and stuff. And it's Creed, the first Creed movie is really good. What else is Ricky's alright.
Yeah.
Ricky's an alright antagonist. There's not too much going on with pretty Ricky Conlon.
I think this it's better here than with Dixon. Because Dixon feels like he was supposed to be a character.
Yeah.
But they decided to cut out all of his scenes. Ricky Conlon is meant to be a what do you call it? A roadblock. More than anything.
An obstacle.
Yeah, an obstacle, exactly. We don't really need to spend some time knowing about him, because a lot of the time we have is dedicated to Rocky and Donnie, who are the most important of the movies. So that's I think just the perfect setup of Ricky Conlon as just as a character. He's just Donnie watching the 24/7, the ESPN 24/7 of him versus him versus what was supposed to be Wheeler. He's watching two men who are considered the greats of their sport, who is considered the greatest of the sport that he's in. And there's a sense that he may never get there. That he may never get there in 2 days. But if I keep training and if I keep putting my nose to the grind, maybe there's a chance for me. Because Donnie hates it. That the only reason he's fighting Ricky Conlon is just his manager thinks it'd be great publicity if he fights a Creed.
Yeah. But even though there's still enough there with Ricky, where he's not completely just in I don't know, I guess a better terms, inhuman. There's still something there. They mentioned how he's got he's gonna go to jail and stuff to serve a sentence, and it's and that line in his mattress saying, I don't care what you think. I'm worried about your kids having a roof over their heads when you're gone.
What about your kids having a roof over your head when you're gone?
So there's enough there where Ricky Conlon is still I guess again lack of better terms, human, but there's enough to make him interesting, I guess. But other than that, just he's not it's the antagonist for the first Creed movie, Ricky, he's good, but I think they really knocked out a part when it comes to antagonists in the second Creed movie.
Oh, we'll get to that. Something. First of all, I gotta mention Marianne MVP again. She clearly does not want Donnie fighting.
Yeah.
Yet when his match is about to come up, guess who gifts him with his own
Yeah,
trunk.
and the trunks has both names, Creed and the name he was using, Johnson, on it,
Yeah.
to signify how, yeah, you're a Creed, but you're gonna make your own legacy.
That, and it also honors his mother, like Donnie's actual mother. Not sorry, biological mother. Let me
Yeah.
rephrase that.
Yeah. No, Marianne is his actual mother. Mary Ann, let me. So Mary Ann, we need to get this right. So Mary Ann, she's not Donnie's real mother. She just found out that her dead husband slept with another woman behind her back, and not only that, had a legitimate child, but bastard child. That's the same thing, but the point still stands. Her dead husband went behind her back, did the coitus act, and turns out, hey, there's a bastard kid running around in juvie with her husband's blood in him. And you know what? She could have just left Donnie be, just let him stay in juvie, because for all she cares, she could have just been, oh wow, my husband was a piece of shit, fucking went behind my back and slept with another woman.
When he dies, all I felt was angry. It made me push back my family.
Yeah. But so like she Marianne, she had every right to feel that way if she wanted to about Apollo and Donnie, but she doesn't. Instead, she goes out of her way to track down this kid and bring her into the family. He's not even her own child, but you know what? She takes him in anyways and treats him as if he was.
She loves him like like he's her child.
Like Marianne is great.
Fantastic.
I just want to thank my mom. I know she's probably mad at me, but I hope I made her proud. You almost gave me a heart attack, but you did.
But I'm proud of you. Oh, Marianne's fantastic.
Yeah. I don't think Marianne was really that much of a character in the Rocky movies. She was
Not necessarily. I think she had one's not counting Apollo's death. Obviously, that's a low blow. But one scene I thought was like was in Rocky 2 when she had to basically tell. Oh,
that's
Apollo,
right.
Stop reading those things. They aren't.
Why do you care? What do you mean? Why do I care? But so she, yeah.
It's gotta interrupt. It's getting late for me.
All right.
I gotta go to sleep. You
Have a
guys
good
have
night.
a good night.
Good night, Master.
Have a good night, Mashy.
But yeah, these Creed movies though, they took Marianne and they made her even better. She was a side character in the Rocky movies, but and here, she's still a side character, but there's even more going on with her now. And it's just, yeah, she's great. Little Duke's all right too. He's kind of there.
He'll get better when we get to the next movie, but he's there.
Yeah. What's this to say though for the first Creed movie though?
I think it's fucking phenomenal. One of the greatest movies ever made. This is the running scene. The obligatory running scene. Of the
Training montage.
I love it. Absolutely love it. I love it when like all the guys came out around together and like their fucking cars that follow him. And you know what? You know what I really love about that scene? You know what the destination? It's not like the steps or like anywhere important. It's the Rocky's house.
Well, it was the gym, but
But like, you know, Rocky was there.
Yeah, they were. It was to go see Rocky.
Yeah.
Cause during that whole training montage, not only was Creed training, but you also were seeing Rocky going through chemo. And and they show how it's a rough time for both of them. Cause like you see Rocky like going through the process of chemo, and the thing is, chemotherapy is not fun.
No.
I don't let this happy PNG get out of the way. I don't know how to do a serious PNG. I guess the best case is angry, but that doesn't work either. I don't want to say sad either. So this is the best you get. But chemo is not fun. It's not a fun thing. Like, it is a rough period of your time if you go through chemo. Cause if I remember correctly, chemotherapy basically, in order to fight the cancer, they gotta like obliterate all your like white blood cells. I'm probably getting this wrong.
They cut out the growth just in case they can stop it at the source, and then they use chemotherapy to if the growth had already started affecting cells, affecting the cells at your different part of the body, they start you on chemotherapy to basically kill kill the cancer. Like chemotherapy has a side effect of also destroying your white blood cells. So that's why I'm not an expert on this. It's just what I know.
Okay, so chemotherapy is a drug treatment that uses powerful chemicals to kill fast-growing cells in your body.
Yeah.
And so happens that a side effect is, a lot of your white blood cells. So basically, during chemotherapy, your immune system also just goes to fucking shit.
Because with there's no such thing as controlled nuclear. Like if you introduce nuclear to a human body, like sort of like chemo to a human body, is just going to kill everything. So you just you give small doses at a time, and you just have them recover.
Yeah. But
my grandmother went through chemo.
Oh.
Yeah, I think I've told you this story.
I think so. Did you say she recovered though?
Okay, so she had it was a kind of cancer that she had to have like a surgery to basically insert colostomy bag, to kind of have to, a little bit of her intestine would have to be taken out. So colostomy bag, basically, it's like downright, even if she beats the cancer, everything, life changing. The way she functions is not going to be the same as she's normally done. Not only did she beat the cancer, but she managed to also not need to go under that surgery.
Yeah.
But she managed to recover 100%.
Yeah. So shout out to your grandmother. She's great.
Downright.
No, that's fucking amazing to hear. She beat cancer and doesn't need to go through the surgery.
Yeah, fantastic.
She also looks like just a really nice person in general.
Oh, downright. Changus. You wanna know who she's married to?
Who?
Pastor Grandpa.
Ha! Your grandfather sounds amazing. I always love the story you tell about your grandfather, how he became a pastor just literally because for shits and giggles.
This guy's got something This guy might be onto something.
Oh, hey, Mata. But yeah, but long story short, though, like, chemotherapy, not a fun thing. And so in this movie, when you see Rocky going through chemo, you see him struggle. Like, it's they don't shy away from it. Like, there are times where like you can't help but feel for you feel like Donnie. You can't help but feel bad for Rocky. Like, oh jeez, oh, like he starts losing his hair and stuff. He's stuck in bed and says, oh, it's a rough time. But then as Donnie gets better in his training sequence, the more triumphant the music becomes, the more Rocky slowly recovers for the better. And then when Donnie makes it up that hill with the guys running up to see Rocky, it's like a sign of triumph for not just as Donnie, not just for Creed, but also Rocky, because Rocky's now good enough to go back to gym and help Donnie train.
He's got the will to live again.
Yeah, and it's just just great.
Also, I love that Rocky makes Donnie train even at the hospital.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, you see the stopwatch? Well, what are you doing? Come on, I want you to shadow box. Well, right here, right now.
Oh, yeah, I could just not do it. Oh no, I will. Okay,
hey, don't hit the nurse. I'm pretty sure she could drop you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she could drop you.
That's also great how even though Rocky's going through a tough time, he still has that sense of humor.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, this movie is fantastic. It's worth watching. Like there's been a trend recently where I've, at least with me, I've been watching a lot of movies where it's like, does it need to exist? No, but it does. And you know what? It's actually really fucking good. Like just last year, if I had a nickel for every movie I saw that like this doesn't need to exist, but I'm glad it does, I have 2 nickels, which is the Batman and Top Gun. It's like you those 2, you didn't need to exist. One of them was a needless sequel that didn't need to exist, but like they ended up both being really good.
The sequel ended up being better than the original. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck? It didn't need to be.
We should do a 2 cents on Top Gun Maverick sometime.
I think we already did, but I'm willing to do it again.
Did we? I think we did. We probably did, but we could do it again. I don't know.
Oh yeah, totally.
But like,
no joke. I figured at some point when Creed 3 gets on physical media, like home media, so that way we can watch it, and talk with each other through it and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I figured we were gonna do a 2 cents topic called Creed 3 Addendum.
Creed 3 Addendum. I mean, fuck it, we could do that. Yeah, why not?
But back to the original Creed. Just, this movie's fantastic.
It's really good. But I don't know. I feel like I've said all I need to say about the first Creed, because I feel like a lot of the points also just also carries on to the second Creed movie. So I guess with that said, we can move on. But like I hesitate to say, actually I thought about it. I hesitate to say if Creed 2 is better than Creed 1, or less, or not as good as Creed 1. I think they're both just, both these movies are really good.
You're at the video store, aren't you, Changus? 10 minutes till closing.
Uh,
I feel the same. I feel same.
'Cause-
These movies are amazing.
Creed 2, I feel like in some aspects does elevate it even more than the first Creed. Like, well, one, so the big thing that Creed 2 has over the first Creed is the antagonist, the Drago family. So, in Rocky 4, Ivan Drago,
Hold on. I know a way we could transition Creed to Creed 1, Creed to Creed 2 really quick.
I already transitioned, man.
I know, but Danny Wheeler.
Oh yeah, he comes back.
Yeah. When Donnie first fought Danny Wheeler, Donnie's car was on the line and he lost it.
And the second time he fights, it's Danny Wheeler. His car is on the line, but he wins it.
And the belt.
I like how though Donnie he wasn't focusing on the belt throughout the whole fight. He was just give me back my car.
My car.
You could tell it was most likely just a way to make sure he wasn't too stressed out in the fight. Focus on focusing on something more manageable than just championship.
There's another thing I wanted to mention about Creed. Cut my gloves, man. What? Cut my gloves. I gotta take a shit.
Oh yeah. Well, you want to wipe for me? All right, cut his gloves. Hey, man, can you go 10 minutes? Yeah, sure thing, Rock. Actually, there's also another thing real quick. Just in the first Creed, there's still a lot of respect people have for Rocky and the Soldier. But it's more like a background detail now. Like just once in a while, you'll see people just go like, "Hey, Rock, how's it going?" "Oh, hey, how's it doing?"
Yeah, how you doing?
But in Creed 2 though, he fights Danny Wheeler again. His car is on the line, and he wins back his car. Good for Donnie. No, but we gotta talk about the Dragos though. So
Yeah.
So hold on. Oh, that was gassy. Oh, I ate a whole bowl of popcorn and it's like, ooh.
Okay, Chance, really quick, back to the first Creed.
Okay.
Nice view. If you look hard enough, you can see your whole life from up here. How's it look? Not bad at all. And you?
You?
Not bad at all.
Yeah.
So it's kind of unnerving when the Dragos first arrive in America. The first thing they do is look on the steps.
I get the feeling it's kind of like Drago living in this idealized moment of this is what it could have been, if I won, I could be that feeling of not necessarily being on a set, that feel, but I think it's also that what's it like? He's still channeling. So this is what it was like for him, huh? Interesting. But so I was saying though, so in Rocky.
Also, when they do it,
I gotta talk about the Dragos, man.
I know. I'm still on the Dragos.
But I was gonna talk about how this relates to Rocky 4 though.
I know, but when they're looking on, they're in shadows. You can see your whole life from up here. Kind of dark.
They didn't really have a life.
Yeah.
But as I was saying though, I gotta get this point out across, because you gotta mention it now. So, because you have to. It's Creed 2 with the Dragos. You gotta mention Rocky 4. So Rocky 4, Ivan Drago was the Russian Superman. And holy shit, this guy's huge. He's jacked. And it's he's roided up, literally. He's roided up, and it's he killed Apollo. It's whoa, oh my gosh. But it wasn't really until like the last round of his fight with Rock. Well, I mean, there was moments throughout his whole fight with Rocky, but like, it wasn't until the last round that Ivan started showing signs of, being like more than just, a representation of the Cold War. It's like there was a little more going on there with Drago, and then in Creed 2, they really fleshed out. Yeah, they really added on to Ivan.
This is this is the movie where Ivan Drago becomes a pretty cool, intimidating character to a fucking fantastic one.
Yeah. Basically the whole premise going on with Creed 2 is, oh my god, the Dragos are back and they're out for revenge and all that. Oh my goodness. So yeah, Ivan Drago's back, but like Rocky, he's too old to box now. You can't. Don't you tell me that. I seen like the behind the scenes pictures of Dolph getting ready for Creed 2. He himself is still fucking jacked.
I'm pretty sure he. Chance, I fully believe that Dolph could get into a boxing ring and still kick ass.
So what's interesting is actually I found out until recently when we were getting our whole Rocky Jam and Creed Jam on. It's not the deleted scenes like on the DVD and stuff, but like there is like on YouTube video recordings of footage of supposedly not a fight, but like just like a little spat between Ivan and Rocky, to the point that Ivan does punch Rocky.
Did he send him to the hospital again?
No, where
the doctors had to say, dude, who keeps hitting you with the fucking truck?
No, but obviously no, but it's interesting like how like Rock. Funny enough though, even though in his old age, if they kept that scene in, Rocky still hasn't changed his most famous technique. Using his face to block every punch.
I move my head.
I even in the scene they on YouTube from someone recording on their phone and stuff, Dolph quote unquote punches Rocky in the Sly in the face several times, but it's like, oh man, even as I guess that chemotherapy did wonders for Rocky, because now he's back to tanking punches with his face. Damn.
Well, the brain damage just goes away. Comes back, goes away. It's like a cycle. It's kind of like when a woman, goes through her business.
It's like a cycle. Oh boy. Hold on, real quick. I want to show the chat images of Dolph Lundgren from Creed 2. Look at this man.
I imagine their explanation is that just the steroids just fucked up his body so much that it kind of just hurts him to just he can get back into shape, because Rocky can get back in shape, but steroids, they'll fuck up your body, man.
Yeah. Look at how big Dolph's arms are. Even in this quote unquote old age, Ivan's scary.
Yeah.
Ivan's still scary. Look at him. Look at his arms. Oh my gosh. Dolph is scary looking. Which is funny because Dolph Lundgren is actually such a fucking sweet person in real life.
Yeah.
I was like that when like these like really big, scary looking dudes turns out like they're like the kindest people you'll ever meet. It's like, I don't know, I like that. I find it funny. But yeah, Dolph, Ivan in his old age still really, really jacked. So it's like, damn. Ivan, he's even though he's jacked, he can't box anymore. But he has son. He has son, Victor Drago, and Victor is just as scary.
If not more so.
Funny enough, both actors are not Russian. Dolph is Swedish, and I believe the guy who played Victor is German.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But, and also Victor, there's moments where Victor doesn't say much, but, there's a big moment though with Victor. We'll get to that when that shows. Even though such little, time with Victor, there's still quite a lot going on there with him. And, so but also the whole premise of Creed 2 is just, basically, oh my gosh, the Dragos are back, and then now, Donnie, he's gotta get revenge for his pops, because, hey, these guys, they killed his dad, they killed Apollo Creed, I gotta get vengeance and all that, but I think what's I like about Creed 2, though, is they say it's all about, revenge and stuff, but it's not really that. Like when Donnie goes to fight Victor, it's not, he says it's out of vengeance, but it's not really why he's doing it. Like, vengeance is actually not a big thing in this movie.
Something I can mention is the fight promoter, who really gives me George Washington Duke vibes.
Man doesn't deserve the title of Duke. But yeah, Buddy, he comes off as a guy with really Rocky 5 Duke vibes. So I was like, I don't like you.
But like he has a point when he says, in the history of boxing, there have been 77 world heavyweight champions. But I'm pretty sure every one of these people in the year can only name 4. He's pretty much saying, Donnie's gotta have a legacy.
Yeah.
He's gotta do something that's he's gotta be remembered for.
So it's like it's more than just, it's not really out of revenge. It's about it's about legacy. It's about wanting to be more. I remember what you told me, Nick. Like it's not that he wants to. It's more than just he wants to live up to Apollo's legacy.
He wants to exceed it.
And what better way to exceed Apollo's legacy than beat the man that he couldn't beat?
Of course, it'd be fucking wrong to beat up an old man, but I could sure beat up his own son.
But as.
Hey, there's a Family Guy clip I want to show you.
Oh my gosh, Nick. Of course there is.
You take that back, Macho Man Randy Savage. See, Cleveland, doesn't this get you mad? Not really. Oh, come on. Don't you want to beat up Macho Man Randy Savage? Okay, well, he's kind of big. But don't you want to beat up that guy? Well, he's kind of big, too. Well, he's kind of big, too. But don't you want to beat up his kid? Yeah, take that, Macho Man Randy Savage.
Yeah, come on, Donnie. Don't you want to beat up, Drago? I mean, he's kind of pretty old, but
I don't want to beat him up. Well, don't you want to beat up his kid? Yeah! Take that, Ivan Drago! But
James, when you did the punch noise, I thought it was supposed to be Draco beating Donnie, because he beats him bad.
That is true. So I guess that's the ideal outcome. The realistic outcome is, don't you want to beat up his kid? Yeah. This was a mistake. But yeah, with Donnie though, it's more than just, you know, revenge. It's more about legacy. And I think also another thing is though, a big thing about this movie though is also how they also play into legacy is this like exploration of family.
Yeah.
This idea of, like, you know, parents and their child, the family. You know, Creed's legacy is more than just, you know, living, you know, trying to, you know, be better than his daddy. He's got a daughter now, which I know how you feel about, you know, the daughter and stuff, Nick.
What? I have nothing against the daughter. I'm just
No,
like,
I know that. I'm saying, like, you kind of relate though, cause like
I think there are some genuine fears that I could
yeah.
Let's say I definitely feel how Donnie feels.
Yeah. So I know that we had that discussion last night. That got a little heavy at times, but
Yeah.
So like so you know, like Donnie, he's got a child, and you know and then, you know, Ivan, he's got his own kid, you know, and meanwhile Rocky, throughout the movie, Rocky is, you know, struggling to reconnect with his son, because, you know, it's like, oh man, I don't know, I haven't talked to him a long while. I don't want to, you know, intrude.
You know, he's got a kid himself now, probably this big. I don't think he even knows who I am.
You know, I was thinking about what you told me about what smart decisions have I made. I couldn't think of any. You know, I wasn't even there for when my son's son, my grandson, was born. You know, it's probably about this big, a head shy. I don't know him. He doesn't know me. It's pathetic. Why don't just call him? You know, it's not that easy, you know. This is also another Creed 2 is also another case where Donnie's mouth really doesn't help him.
Oh yeah.
Fucking low blow he gives to Rocky though. Just at least this time you don't have to throw in the towel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Going back to what I said when we were talking about Creed 1, how Donnie has a lot of anger, and how he doesn't really handle rejection that well. It still goes on here, and how the way I always saw it is every time, you know, he gets rejected, every time this, you know, things don't go his way, Donnie reverts back to that angry kid in that juvie, who's always picking fights with the other kids. And like every time that happens, you know, something bad happens to Donnie. He either gets hurt or, you know, someone else gets hurt. And so when Rocky didn't wanna, you know, in the first Creed movie, you know, when Rocky, you know, just told Creed, you know, we're not a family, you know, he gets all angry. He starts, you know, taking out on other people. You know, like he beat up Bianca's like a manager, and it's like, oh my gosh. And then and then when Rocky comes to bail him out of prison, he literally physically shoves Rocky away, like, get the hell away from me, hey, you sick ass man. But and then it's also here in Creed 2, like when Rocky wouldn't support Donnie fighting Victor because you understand where Rocky's coming from. He's scared because it's history repeating itself. Like, oh gosh, no, I just was able to form a connection with this kid. I'm not losing him to another Drago. And so, that, and then when after Donnie loses the first time when Rocky goes to visit him, like Creed 1, just Donnie kind of just goes back to that angry little kid, just rejecting Rocky, pushing Rocky away. Like, oh, now you trying to train me, huh? You look at me. You look at me. Yeah. What are you still doing here? So it's like, it also doesn't help that becoming the champ, Donnie's ego got inflated quite a lot. Creed 2's I describe Creed 2 kind of like Creed 2's kind of like Donnie going through his own Rocky 3, 4, and 5 altogether.
Yeah.
Because like Rocky 3, like Rocky after becoming the champ, he kind of got a little bit of an ego going on. He got a little bit too easy going, and just like Rocky 3, when he loses, doesn't handle it too well.
Yeah.
But at the same time, though, the movie isn't trying to be Rocky 3, so that I do respect.
Yeah.
But it's more than just about revenge and stuff. It's about legacy. So like that whole talk again when Rocky and Donnie finally able to make up, something like, you gotta ask yourself, Donnie, what were you really fighting for? And it's like, I don't know. I was afraid of all this. Expectations. I was afraid that I couldn't do what he would. It's funny. I used to think he was a part of me. Now, I can't hear him no more. I can't, hear that thing that tells me to get inside the ring. Keep hitting everything that comes my way. I don't even know how I lost. So it's like, and I like that, how it's not about revenge. It's more than that. The revenge was just an excuse, and then how for Victor, trying to you could say oh my gosh, this is his revenge against Rocky, because he goes to Rocky, he does, you could say it's partially that, he does go out of his way to Rocky's restaurant to tell him he's here.
Actually, respect
Wife.
You ever see stray dogs in Ukraine? They go for days without food. People spit on them. They got nothing. No home. Only will to survive. To fight. I have son. All he knows is this. My son will break your boy.
My son will break your boy. I think it's been a long day. I think we should call it here. Because over here we put strays away.
He's a good picture.
that low blow when he points to Paul's pictures. Good picture. But no, but like the thing is like you could say part of it is he wants to get back at Rocky, but really you learn that Ivan's main motive is he just wants to be respected by Russia again. He wants that legacy that he never got, and he could do it through his son. And
obviously I got the scenes in Russian. I'll do it in English mostly because Victor, all these people are here for us. For you, these people, they're the ones who ran you out. Why are we here? To build a future. I don't even know that woman. She may as well be a stranger. She left you, Victor. They all did. Abandoned you, saved you. I lost.
But you won't.
You will not.
And it's also I like that, like, just even though there's little moments, he doesn't have that many moments when Victor, there's still enough with Victor that you could tell like he's not exactly happy with his dad, because
Yeah. So something I watched a video. Basically saying pretty much throughout the movie Ivan's been using Victor as a tool. Because you see how he trains him in the beginning. It's not as like he's not like talking to him like as a father to a son. He's talking to him like a trainer to trainee. Pupil, yeah. And he even like during the fights he goes, he's afraid of you. I know. Then why is he still standing? Like he every time when Rocky always encourages Donnie, Ivan always scolds.
He's never happy with what Victor does. Like even if Victor's winning, it's still not enough, Like and when he's like, break him.
And he, what's worse is that the way Victor breaks Donnie,
yeah, is
the same way Rocky broke Ivan.
Yeah.
Ivan learned.
Yeah, that's the thing. Ivan learned from his fight with Rocky. But then what was also scary is Rocky also learned from his fight with Ivan, because the second match with the second fight with Donnie versus Victor, when Rocky's with his side this time, he's like, I forgot what move he told Donnie to do, but pretty much it's like he's referring to Ivan. His old man and did that to get better at me. So it's like, oh man, they're using their own moves against each other.
Yeah. The thing is, this just came to me like right now. Donnie's trying to build his legacy. Ivan's using Victor to amend his.
Yeah. And then I guess with Rocky though, like Rocky, there's still a bit of that, but it's more or less, more about, trying to reconnect with, his son, and that's also a thing he has, he shares with Victor, and also Donnie, the relationship of parent and child.
Yeah.
Cause
all three are strained in different ways.
Yeah. You talk about this. Do you know what I mean? When I can't decide if this is better than the first Creed movie. Because like, I feel like there are aspects of Creed 2 that I think is better than the first Creed movie, but at the same time, it's like, I feel like there's also things about the first Creed movie that, you know, you can't just surpass that easily. So it's like, I was like, I guess also we should talk about how Bianca has a much larger role here.
Yeah.
Cause now you know, Donnie
Let's say she's larger in a very specific way.
yeah.
Donnie's a dad.
I also like just the way they propose too.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite scenes in the franchise.
I also like just Rocky telling Donnie about, you know, how he proposed to Adrian. Like, how did you propose? You know, oh, you know, it was a long time ago. You know, it was snowy that day. You know, I took Adrian to the zoo. We were walking there. You know, there was this tiger. Okay, but can we skip to the proposal part? I was getting to that. You know, what'd you say? You know, I just asked her. You know, she
Maybe
wouldn't mind
not marrying me too much.
You know,
Which
this
you know,
is
a
a stupid way to say, you know.
He's my world.
Listen, Donnie. Why don't you just shut that thing off, and see, like, pretend to like turn a knob on his brain, and let your heart do the talking. And you'll do great. Actually, real quick, I do want to mention. I think also I pointed this out to you, Nick. When Donnie's daughter Amara's being, you know, about to be, you know, received.
Yeah.
Rocky's giving this whole pep talk to Donnie, how, like, you know, like, remember, today, this is gonna be the greatest day of your life. I told you, Nick. I feel like that's also, you know, while that's true, I also feel like that's Rocky telling Donnie, make sure this day is better than the day my kid was born. That was not a fun day, Donnie.
It was simultaneously one of the worst days of my life, but also one of the best. Figure that one out.
Well, how was you know, one of your worst days? Well, let me ask you something. Do you want to see Bianca fall into a coma? No? Well, then there you go.
Rocky, I think your life is pretty sad. It is.
But like, so like Bianca now is a much larger part of Donnie's life, because they not only did they get hitched, but now they're
engaged. I don't think they actually officially got married yet.
Oh.
Right? You didn't see the wedding. I was actually thinking about that earlier today. Like,
they're probably in a, well, based on what we know about Creed, they most likely, no, they're definitely a thing at that point.
Yeah,
you know,
they're probably married by now.
Yeah. Actually, real quick, I'll get back to Bianca, but I just also want to mention how just one scene when Mary Ann, how Mary Ann, it was very early on how Mary Ann calls out Donnie, how, you know, this isn't about revenge. It's like, you know, it's like,
that fight between me and Ivan Drago's son, I'm gonna take it. Okay?
That's it? What else?
So that doesn't bother you.
Oh, you see, this doesn't bother me.
You're a grown man. It doesn't matter what I or anyone else thinks. You want to fight this man, that's your business. You don't need my blessings. You clearly don't have Rocky's. Rocky don't get it. It wasn't his dad. It changed my life. Your life. Tell me you don't miss him. Excuse me. Do not try to make this about me, and don't pretend that it's about your father. You became the world champion without him. Why don't I feel like it? If your father was here, he would tell you he didn't feel like it either. But he's not. I just hope you'll be there for here for your child.
Yeah. So the thing with, but like, and also Marianne's also, but also like the thing with Bianca and all of Donnie's family members here is how this is in a sense, this is also kind of like, this is actually also like Creed's Rocky 2 moment where, you know, again, he can't, you know, he's not at his best without the support of, you know, the ones he loves. But the thing is here, like, unlike you know, with Rocky, in here for Creed 2, technically, you know, this is all Donnie's fault. He was the one who pushed him away. And you know, so he's gotta make those reconnections with everyone again. And I just so that's, so like I know.
And boy, does Victor fuck Donnie up!
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's mentioned early on that Victor fights with an unorthodox style, in spite of everyone knowing how Ivan fought. In fact, everything we know about Victor's style and tactics makes sense when you realize how he was trained. Since the Dragos now live in poverty and don't have access to the facilities and Soviet super science that made Ivan nearly superhuman, Victor had to build up more muscle than his father, in part because he has to work for a living and can't afford more aerobic activity in his schedule. He's compensated with even more raw power for the inevitable lack of endurance he's just not built to have. Victor repeatedly uses body strikes to get set his headshots on Donnie, explicitly as father's instruction. Of course he does. Ivan learned the hard way how pushing repeated body shots are to even the strongest fighters since Rocky chopped him down in their fight. He just took that tactic and that worked on himself and applies it to his son's opponents. Adding to the above, Ivan learned what it was like to be larger than his own at the end of Rocky IV, and has chosen to ensure that his son never experiences that, as well as supplying enough psychological warfare and game planning that his son can focus on his job and adjust during a fight, instead of sticking with a single strategy as Ivan was forced to against Rocky. The result? A lightning bruiser of a slugger who fights smart, has strong pre-fight psychology attack run by his father, and who can't be beaten the way his father was, striking that clear objectives designed to hasten the end of a fight, but still susceptible to the classic slugger weakness of endurance issues. And boy, does he fuck Donnie up!
Yeah. It's like, oh. It's like, eesh.
Donnie, you look like Floyd Weatherton. I have constant headaches when I wake and go to bed and wake up.
Yeah. So yeah, but I got
My Puerto Rican wife got fat.
my Puerto Rican wife got fat. Yeah, so
and my progressively deaf wife got fat.
but yeah, so like after all that, you know, Donnie, he kind of goes through his. Not only does he go through like his little Rocky 3 moment, you know, where you know he's afraid now, but also kind of goes through his Rocky 2 moment as well. But again, this is his fault, where he pushed everyone away from him, and now you know, he can't be at his best when he pushed the people he cared about away from him. He even pushed Little Duke away. It's like, come on. He was just doing his best, Donnie. And so, you know, that when he ultimately, and, you know, he starts recovering. He starts getting back on that track of reconnecting with everyone, because starting with Rocky, you know, because, of course, Rocky would obviously, you know, it would be Rocky that, you know, like, he would reconnect with, because, you know, Rocky's just, you know, that's the thing with Rocky, just as a character. We said this a lot, but like that's the kind of thing with Rocky as a character. He can't stay mad forever, and you can't really stay mad at Rocky forever.
Yeah,
He's just,
it's Rocky.
Literally, from the first movie, that whole when after he yells at Mickey, and then immediately afterwards rushes out to, you know, like assure Mickey, hey, look, I'm sorry. So
Yeah.
And like even in these movies, Rocky, you can't stay mad at him, and like And you know, and plus, you know, when Rocky and Donnie reunite, you know, several months have passed by then. So you know, you could probably tell that, like, it's most likely inferred, like, you know, like, at that point Donnie thought about, you know, like what he did, and, you know, it's like kind of like, you know, I was an ass. Oh, you were. I was kind of an ass, Rocky. You were kind of an ass. Okay, I was an ass. You were an ass. I was a big ass. There we go. So, but then, like, one scene that what I love is, like, what gets him to, you know, finally, you know, start getting his life back on track, finally reconnecting with everyone else, is his daughter. You know, just you know, him, like, trying to make sure his daughter stops crying. So, like, you know, he's, you know, it's like, what does he do? Where can he take him? His mind just goes to, like, only one of the few places he knows where he, you know, goes to, like, vent out his frustrations, which is, you know, Delphi Gym. And so, you know, when he goes to the gym, you know, it's like the only thing he knows how to do to, you know, whenever he stresses, you know, just punch a bag. And then, you know, like, the more he's, you know, punching the bag, the more he starts, you know, finally getting back into his jam. But then, you know, he's just gotta release, you know, all that stress, you know, all that anger and stuff he felt, you know. Then it's like, you know, that led to the, you know, that big breakdown. And I remember reading somewhere, like, I think it was like a YouTube comment, was like, you know, like, someone said, like, it takes a real man to admit that, you know, you know, to quote Donnie, that you're a little bitch in front of your daughter. Because, like, it takes a real man to, like, admit, like, hey, I fucked up. So,
I also love how is she? She's a fighter, like her old man, and like her mother.
yeah. And then just that, which leads to, you know, the next scene where Donnie finally reconnects with Bianca. Like, actually really reconnects with her. Just, I have to fight him again. I don't want to be that person to stop you. But I don't want to end up like your mom. Alone. I feel you. Do you? And it's not just us anymore, D. I know it sounds crazy, doing all this all over again, but this won't be the end of me. Or you. It can't be. Because we're a team. We weren't a team when you took the fight last time. You're right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have put you through that. Then why? Why do it again? What do you have to prove? It's not about that. You wouldn't be any good to anybody if you didn't do what you love. You wouldn't be able to breathe, right? I wouldn't be any good to anybody if I didn't handle this the right way. But I need you. Both of you. I'll beat him. You better. And also, just that right there, again, goes back to what I was saying about how these movies like to, you know, focus on, you know, like, the idea of what it means to be a fighter. And how, you know, even Donnie's like, you know, actually, now that I think of it, this is Creed 2 is just basically everything. Creed 2 is just basically Creed going through, like, a crash course of all the Rocky movies after Rocky 1, except Rocky Balboa. It's all kind of crash course, because, like, it's all like a similar thing here. Like he like Rocky, you know, he can't. All he really knows, the best he can do is, you know, be a fighter. So, like, this is what he does. This is what he, you know, what he's got to do. So it's all just literally taking all those elements from all the Rocky movies up from Rocky 2 to 5 and just mashing them together into this movie. But it does it really, really well. And it's like, yeah. Like like you would think something like what I'm saying, like like taking all these elements, would sound like, oh, this kind of sounds a little muddy, but like no, it's not muddy. It's really well done. To be fair, it does help that Sly helped co-write this movie, so there is that.
Yeah.
That's also another thing. I think people. That's also another thing. Not only is Sly also a great actor, he's also a really good writer. He wrote the first Rocky movie.
Yeah.
So it's like, people need to appreciate Sylvester Stallone more. That's what I think. I don't think he gets as much love nowadays. Like he needs more love than just people thinking, oh, he's that one action star who gotta talk with a slur.
He is the law.
Here's the law. Okay, well, we don't talk about that, Judge
The
Dredd.
dinosaurs had the extinction.
I gotta do what I gotta do. But there's no oxygen on Mars! Yeah.
Yeah,
That means there's no oxygen for the
Martian
Martian
wants
wants
to
to
fight.
fight it. That's gonna fight. You can't win, Rock! You're 60 years old! And I'm fucking about with all this money!
Money!
Hey, well, we go and celebrate my big bus at Taco Bell.
Hey, Rock, look at bulk in it! That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
I don't know that. I do prefer the training montage from the first Creed because it hits at least it hits harder, but Creed 2 is also really good too, and also it's also really interesting like how I told this to Nick, and I'll also read this thing from TV Tropes as well after this, but like how kind of like Rocky 4 and I'm stealing this off of a YouTube comment I read where it's like similar to Rocky 4 Donnie's
You're
training.
messing with me, right? Heard this is a place where fighters go to start over, to get reborn. What took you so long? Had some wild shit. Yeah, looks like hell to me, because you're going back to hell. Might as well get used
to it.
Let's
But,
go.
But like similar to Rocky 4 when Donnie's training against Drago, they're both training in absolute extreme conditions to like build up their like endurance and stuff. So like to help build endurance, with Rocky, he's working out in like freezing Siberian winters. Like, oh my gosh, oh no. And that you got a whole thing where he's running through the snow and he helps that guy fix his carriage, which that's nice. I always gotta mention that part just because I just love that part.
It's a Rocky thing that Rocky would do.
Yeah, he takes his time out of his training to help that guy out. Just there you go. And then so like Rocky, he's training extreme Siberian winter, but then with Donnie, he's training in the desert. Like, oh gosh, this is hot desert. Ooh. Also, to be fair though, he can also be working. You could also say he could be working also in extreme cold because
Desert night.
night times in deserts are miserably cold. It's like, ooh, oh no. So I was like, so he's working out in the desert in extreme heat. So, both cases they're working in in extreme conditions to help build endurance. I'm gonna read the thing from TV Tropes for Creed 2 because I this helps as well. With
Yeah.
So this is from TV Tropes. You can look this up on TV Tropes for Creed 2 under the the fridge category. So Rocky's game plan for retraining Adonis to defeat Victor in the second fight is risky, but the smartest plan for exploiting Victor's weakness. Victor may be a
slugger-style boxer at heart, but his father's trained him to fight smart, more similar to
You want to like take turns reading this?
Yeah.
All right.
A notorious hybrid styles that seeks to control the fight with careful maneuvering and overwhelming power.
Now Adonis' regular style, boxer, is simply going to be overwhelmed because Victor makes few mistakes, has good defense, and way too much power.
So Rocky has Adonis mix in elements of the swarmer style of boxing, which is the natural counter to the boxer part of Victor's style, but vulnerable to the slugger, the puncher part of Victor's style.
And Rocky and Adonis' game plan can't address Victor's full power, but it throws him off his game long enough to make it a war of attrition, where if Donnie can survive the punches that will connect, he'll still be standing long enough after Victor's game plan has collapsed from exhaustion trying to keep up. So it's like, you know, so like that's really neat. You know, so it's all about. So it's all about endurance, pretty much. It's just you gotta be able to last much longer than Victor can. You know, I almost goes, you know, it's like, you know, oh, you like the pain, huh? You like the pain, right? I like the pain. You like the pain.
Says this after he fucking Victor broke Donnie's ribs again.
Yeah. But Donnie, you know, he fucking powers through. Just, oh gosh, I don't know if you picked this up, Nick, but I actually was squirming for a bit because I don't know, I can't tell, but like after Victor broke his ribs for a second time, when Donnie's being treated for it, and Rocky's telling him you like the pain, I swear I thought I heard cracking noises.
Oh.
And I thought, oh guys, those his ribs. Oh.
You like the pain. I like the pain. Why? He said, because you're dangerous, which is a callback.
Yeah, a callback to what Rocky Ridge said. You got everything to lose. He doesn't. That makes him dangerous. I'm dangerous. And so, it's like, you like the, you know why? Because you're dangerous. I'm dangerous. And then that ultimately, that leads to one of my favorite moments with Victor and Ivan, where after Ivan's fucking bitch of an ex-wife leaves after, Victor gets knocked down. And that says a lot, Victor, maybe he would have been able to last. Maybe he could have gone the distance and, he could have won through, points and stuff. But just 2 knockdowns, that's all it took for, those Russian guys to go, no, not worth it.
And as soon as his mother left, he just simply lost the will to fight.
Well, because for Victor, his motivation for fighting is just pretty much whatever his dad's motivation is. Because he's just a tool. So once his dad's motivation goes away, why is he still fighting? Why is he, what's the point?
He still fights because Dragos still says, keep going. But because he's already lost the will to fight, even when he's keep going, he's just taking the hits.
And then, I know, and I want to point out what you said. I want to point out what you said, Nick. How actually no, it's actually in straight up fucking TV tropes under the fridge horror section. Just at the end of the rematch, Adonis was actually set to actually kill the demoralized and practically defenseless Victor in that ring. So it's like, ooh. But so that's like, oh my gosh, yeesh. So pretty much at that moment, Ivan was pretty much able to figure out, oh wow, so this is what Rocky was feeling, when I killed Apollo, and maybe I didn't care back then, but now I need to care, because this is more than just some guy I know. This is my son. He's gonna die out there,
If he dies, he dies.
But it's not like that.
They can't do it.
Imagine that though, actually. Imagine that actually. The idea of your son dying pretty much the same way you killed another man. Like let that sink in. Like that's scary. That's scary. So when Ivan finally realized that he knew, he can't repeat history, throws in the towel. So it's like, I think
fantastic.
Actually, also another thing I want to say is, you mentioned this, but now I realize you were just quoting this off of TV tropes. But to be fair, it's also a really good point still, how, technically, even though Donnie got fucking brutalized after fighting Victor the first time, he technically got off much better than Rocky.
Yeah.
Because, while, Donnie had all that physical damage to him, Rocky, he got fucking brain damage, PTSD. Albeit, Rocky Balboa eventually decided, it's like, you know what, those doctors in Rocky 5, yeah, they were full of shit, Rocky, you're good to fight. Oh, hey, thanks, man. Hey, Doc, by the way, is it normal for me, to scream bloody murder at night and cry and think about Mickey all the time? I don't think so. Maybe? Okay, cool, thanks, Doc, I just wanted to make sure. But like, ooh. It's like, yeesh. Like, damn. Like, Donnie got off technically better than Rocky.
Yeah.
Like, ooh. But, and then, that, just the ending to Creed 2. Where, when Rocky finally reunites with Robert, it's like, I'm not gonna I told you this, Nick. When I first watched Creed 2, that scene, I got, misty-eyed. I got emotional. But now, after essentially, like, the closest thing to watching each Rocky movie back-to-back leading up to this movie, it honestly hit harder.
Yeah.
It hit even harder now, because, like, I told you this, Nick. It's like, it's not so much that, Rocky never got a W in life. It just, but it feels like, Rocky finally got, that W. Like, yeah. And like, cause like how Rocky in the first Creed movie, like when Donnie's saying like, what about, don't you have like a son? It's like, he moved to some place called Vancouver, he just Philly wasn't, really working out for him, being all, Rocky's son and all that. So like, and I said this, like, how it's not so much that, Robert's going back through, reverted back to how he was in Rocky Balboa. More so, this is how Rocky thinks Robert feels.
Yeah.
Because at the end of Creed 2, Robert, no hard feelings for his dad whatsoever. Just, it's like, immediately it's just, Logan, this is your grandfather. You look just like his mother. Yeah, I know. Wanna come inside? Yeah. Like, no hard feelings, just immediately just, Dad, come inside. It's like, Also, we learned this little trivia that Robert's actor Milo, I forgot his last name.
He reprised his role from Rocky Balboa.
Yeah.
Oh, there's that. But also, also the thing is, it turns out he did play Wolverine for like some stuff, and so so it's funny how he ended up Robert's son is named Logan. So it's like, hey Logan, did you know your daddy's Wolverine? Whoa, and your grandpa's Rocky Balboa.
Those things don't really make sense, but whoa!
Overall, though, I love these movies. I love these movies, Nick.
I love these movies too.
I love these movies. I love these movies, not.
I love these movies too, Chinks.
These movies are great. Like also, the scene when Drago throws the towel. It's like
Yeah.
You can see in that ring, Drago's realizing, oh shit, what am I doing?
Yeah.
Because you can see he's pretty much been using his son as a tool, and pretty much he's realizing.
The scene at the end when Ivan's running alongside his son, like you can see like they're finally starting to be like a proper father-son.
You can tell Drago like loves his son, but he's really not. But he's not showing that he loves his son.
Yeah.
But like, not just like that scene when they're running together is fantastic. But I also like when after the fight, Drago's like Victor's like crying because like he lost. It's okay.
It's Victor. It's okay. The locker room deleted scene.
Should have been in there. Okay, so there are two flaws I'd say with this movie. There's these two deleted scenes that I wish were in there. That's Spider Rico's funeral. Also, cause
yeah,
dang it, we lost Spider Rico.
I said this though last night. I still think the Spider Rico thing works better thematically with the first movie.
I agree.
But I can understand why they cut it, but at the same time, like, Spider Rico!
Yeah! And the fact that Spider Rico has a daughter that he doesn't even, because of all the blows, doesn't even know where. Spider Rico's life was just sad, and now I'm sad. He deserved better.
It's still Saturday, where I am, so Megatron's command still stands. I don't care that it's Saturday! In this house, we respect Spider Rico. God bless his soul in heaven.
Also, the locker room scene that definitely needed to be in.
Yeah, how Donnie, even though after the fight, he's still able to, Why am I now all of a sudden at a loss of words? Help me out. Help me out.
He's still able to like recognize. Hey, this is one fight doesn't determine our legacy, stuff like that.
Yeah. And when Ivan walks in, like, that's gotta be such a surreal moment for Donnie. He's literally staring down the face of his dad's murderer, but doesn't do anything about it.
And this is the second time they stare down, because the first time was during the weigh-in.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You're not shorter than your father.
What you say to me, huh? Don't talk shit about my father! Oh, have a good night, Chelsea.
Night, Chelsea.
I'm gonna call it here too, guys.
Okay,
alright.
Night, not.
Good night, not.
Have a good night, guys.
Alright.
It was fantastic. So fantastic. Just, but also Rocky comes in and
Yeah.
He and Drago finally make their peace.
Yeah. You can tell it's like, I don't think it's so much like they've forgiven each other, just
But, like they're
they've
letting go of like this feud.
yeah, it's not worth it anymore. And, they got better things to do.
Yeah.
So it's like
Also,
mm,
it's your time.
yeah. How-
Rocky doesn't go up with Donnie and like
To celebrate,
Bianca
it's
around in the ring because
you could say you could say that to me that's the moment where Rocky truly passed the torch to Donnie.
yes, 100%.
So it's like I like this movie.
I like this movie too. Changes.
I love these movies.
I love them too. These movies are fantastic.
Just overall though, they're great.
They're great.
But yeah, just overall, I love Creed 2, and I'm really looking forward to next week, Nick.
Oh, same.
I have a ticket reserved for Saturday to watch Creed 3.
I can't wait. Changes. I made a fucking thumbnail already for it. I love it. I can't wait.
Can we show it, or do you want me to wait?
You can show it if you want. You could definitely show it if you want.
All right, let me show.
Oh, I can't wait.
Let me show this. Let's show this thing.
Little preview to come. Yeah.
You can't run from your past. I like how this implies that you're fucking coming back to like haunt me, Nick.
I haven't gaslit you enough.
So I just love that like still frame use of Charlie from Smiling Face for that frontal perspective.
I knew that was the exact image I was gonna use when I made the thumbnail.
It's like yeah, it's great. You can't run from your past, Creed 3. But like. I can't wait!
This movie's gonna be great.
I think also, I think that's pretty much a wrap to Creed, or talk about Creed 2, so we could start closing up now. But 2, I just want to say I am glad with the direction they're going for Creed 3.
Yeah,
They're going for a lot more original stories now, because originally development for Creed 3 they actually wanted so Donnie would fight the son of Clubber Lang,
and I'm as much as I think that would be a cool idea, if we can get to see Mr. T again.
Yeah,
that would have been a terrible idea for the franchise,
because then it's literally just boils down to, oh, here you go, Donnie. You can fight the hand-me-down versions of Rocky's antagonists.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that they're going for more an original story here with Damien, Jonathan Majors. I feel like I gotta show Jonathan Majors again for Creed 3.
He was fucking jacked.
There's
a meme going around saying the Avengers are fucked.
I mean, have you seen Jonathan Majors for Creed 3?
Dude.
Look at this man! Jeez! Holy shit, he's fucking giant!
Ant-Man the Wasp, Kangasm.
Kangasm. Like, look at the size of his arms! Look at the size of his thighs! Like, holy shit, this man is... Spoiler alert for Ant-Man, I guess. I mean, but then again, you could fucking guess the outcome of that particular last movie. And you're telling me Ant-Man beat this guy? Look at him. You're telling me Scott beat this guy? Look at him.
Like Paul Rudd, but there's no way he's gonna physically beat this guy.
It's like, jeez. He's
and I'm
massive.
remembering that most of the damage done to Kang was mostly done by ants.
Huh. That's right.
Yeah. I'm excited for Creed 3.
I am too. Look at his arms, though. He's huge. He's huge, boy. It's like, oh my gosh. This man's gonna beat the shit out of Donnie.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I am glad that with the direction they are going for the Creed movies, and I'm also excited because this is also Michael B. Jordan's first time directing.
Yeah.
So I'm actually interested in how things are gonna go. I did hear that Michael B. Jordan did say that like he actually for some of the fights he actually took inspiration from like some anime he watched.
Yeah. And there's a punch that when I said Dragon Ball Z, I knew exactly what they meant.
You did? Okay, you gotta show me that after the podcast. Yeah, you gotta show me that. Why is YouTube recommending me Ruby videos? I stopped watching that show. Nick, I have to tell you this. I have to tell you this. All day today, Twitter and YouTube has been recommending me a bunch of Ruby related stuff. I haven't watched anything Ruby, like the actual show, in like a long time. Like I haven't watched anything from Ruby in a long time. The only thing Ruby related I have seen in like recently is there's this YouTuber Celtic Phoenix. He has a series called Fixing Ruby. That's the only related Ruby stuff I've seen. I haven't seen anything else. Like basically all the videos I've seen, it's like, oh my gosh, Blake and Yang are finally together. Oh my gosh. And it's like, you know what my honest reaction is? Oh wow, yeah, I love Bumblebee. You do? Yeah, my favorite moment of Bumblebee is that whole sequence on Cybertron where, Optimus is like, where's B-127? Go watch the Bumblebee movie too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, okay, I guess there's things happening in Ruby, I guess, that I didn't know. But I don't really care. Because I haven't fucking...
I think Volume 9 just got released.
It did get released. That's probably why. I was like, I haven't seen anything. I haven't watched this show in a long time because I'm gonna be honest. At the show, look. Let's be real here for a second, okay? Ruby as a show is a show that just constantly never improves. I'm gonna be real right now. This is a show that never improves. It just doesn't improve. Nothing improves. It's I'm gonna take a pointless hub quote here, even though he's referring to the Transformers movies. Each season finds a new way to absolutely shit the bed in one form or another. Some aspect of it is just does not improve. But you know what does improve? You know what? Okay, well I don't know about improve, but you know what movie that does constantly, consistently stays great? Rocky.
Yeah.
Each movie, one after another, is like, I don't hate it, and I don't hate any Rocky movie that comes out after another. Even Creed. And this all comes back around full circle to saying I cannot wait for next week for Creed 3.
Yeah.
I am so Nick, you have to understand, like, Creed 3 is one of those few movies where, honestly, I feel excited to go back to the theaters. Like last year in 2022, there was a bunch of movies I went to go watch in theaters. Not really because I was excited, but because I'll check it out, you know, because but each movie last year that I saw, well, okay, not each movie. Because I did go fucking see Morbius, and that was a movie. Yeah, that was a movie. But like last year, there was a bunch of stuff where like the more movies I watched, the more I was like, I gotta go to theaters again. Like the Batman. Again, like just what sold me, Nick, is when you came back after the first time you watched the Batman. Guys, this is the best Batman movie ever. No, wait, no, I still wasn't convinced. It wasn't until Not said.
It wasn't until Not said, Nick, you were right.
Nick, you were right. It was like, oh shit, I gotta fucking watch this movie. And then Top Gun Maverick, a sequel that I thought was pointless. Like, but you know, it's gonna be like a good popcorn film, you know, just because, you know, Top Gun is like, oh my gosh, this is actually really good. And so like, now with Creed 3, this is an example like, oh my gosh, I am very excited for Creed 3. And you know what? If this movie ends up, you know, I don't think this movie is gonna be bad. If this movie ends up, you know, in my opinion, you know, like not being as good as the other two movies, I still think that this movie is not gonna be good. I still think this is gonna be a good movie because so far, just Creed has yet to disappoint me. Plus, we got Ryan Coogler writing again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, you know what? Ryan Coogler, you came back from mid to Creed 3. Because he also made Black Panther 2, I guess. But Creed 3, yeah!
Yeah.
Oh, I am so excited for Creed 3. It's like,
I am so fucking ready.
also, I just love these movies, man. I love these movies.
I love these movies too.
I'm like Pim from Smiling Friends. I love kids, Charlie. I love kids. All right, Pim. You know, maybe you should say that out loud.
I don't know. Maybe you don't want to say that out loud.
But yeah, just we're gonna end this podcast pretty much now. But like, just overall, just so excited for next week.
Yeah.
So excited. All right. So tomorrow. So Not hasn't denied otherwise, but he did say, and I think I pinned it. I should have pinned it, but Not did say that tomorrow he is available to continue Shadow the Hedgehog. So that'll be fun. Yeah, so we're gonna continue Shadow the Hedgehog. And yeah, I like it. So yeah, so just tomorrow for Sonic Sunday, yeah, Shadow the Hedgehog's gonna return. I believe I should have pinned this. Not left off. There we go. He's still left off in the middle of the good route. We were still aboard the Ark, find those fucking artificial chaos. But yeah. So unless last minute changes occur, which if so, then we could just continue Sonic Frontiers and chill streams. But we should still be doing Shadow the Hedgehog. So there we go. So with that said, then I don't need you anymore, royalty-free jazz. Get out of here, royalty-free jazz. Shoo. Alright, and any last words, Nick?
I love these movies.
I love these movies too. So excited for next week. Alright, with that said, thank you everyone who came. Thank you everyone who's watching in the replays right now. And until then, good night. I love kids, Charlie. I love kids.